welcome to your recap. So, this will be a bit of an overarching recap because great things are about to happen. You have come to Mount Olympus. You have achieved glorious deeds. You have been acknowledged by the gods. You have stood alongside those equally worthy as you by blood, and proven yourselves worthy by deed, as we You have witnessed many strange things happen upon this mountain. Many fates of gods occur. You have been asked favors of different gods, and also learned that your own souls are not bound to the tapestry of the fates, to their designs. This could be very useful, or this could be very dangerous to use. Um, which means Um, which means it's time to descend the mountain. You have witnessed the marriage of Aphrodite, the sort of final noting point. You have woken up on this fine day. You have spoken with some of the people around about where to go next, what to do next. You have received means of visiting the retinues and visiting the secret places of the gods you have most favor with. It's time to descend the mountain. So you wake up here on the what would be the 12th day, or I guess there was a bit of acknowledging them the next morning. So it would be the 13th day. You have also seemingly made fast friends with apparently a very capable but blind seer by the name of Tersias. And seems to be, willing enough to accompany you guys, and seems to be skilled enough seer. Um, you also have taken up, at least in word, the offer of King Amphion of Thebes to travel with him south. Your itinerary seems to be travel south from Mount Olympus, make your way through the lands of Thessaly, the lands of the Lapiths, and into Phthia, the land of Candybus, where his father reigns. And from there, you would go on into Attica and travel to the great city of Thebes. But that is a long way off. So let us pick up our session today. You wake up on this final day of Mount Olympus where you hear many demigods packing their bags and making friends and talking with one another and preparing to set off. There is time enough to do some things before you leave the mountain. This is a sort of it's not like okay, get the fuck out. There is a loose leaving time here this morning. Everyone's kind of dragging their feet out of this glorious place. So, what would you all do?
I
Yes,
would like to go
Xanthos.
and see Hades.
All right. I feel like I'm missing my arm without a tailspire. I'll just have to be more visually descriptive with my words. You travel across Mount Olympus, making your way across its glade-like fields and over its beautiful marble stairs until you come to the place where you were told to go by whoever you bump into. And it is the very gate that you've been told to mind, that the key you've been told to keep. So, just off of the large body of water, which surely Poseidon has some domain over, there is a gate sort of nestled into the side of the mountain. And standing there is Hades at the gate. Um, you would also see, sort of at the end of the walkway, is Persephone hugging Mother, Demeter, who looks quite grief-stricken over the matter. But you just kind of, you know, don't go near that. Or maybe you do. I don't know. We'll find out. But anyway, you make your way past. You don't have to interact with that. That's like at the end of the
Yeah.
bridge. So you go past that and you make your way over to Hades.
Oh man.
Your father, dare I say, seems relieved to see you. He isn't one of great expression, but perhaps the awkwardness Demeter's presence here. Oh, this is super not Hades vibes. There we go. Um, he seems pleased to have a distraction. He looks over at you, Xanthos, and there. Oh, maybe it's your imagination, but maybe there's just like a little smile that just. He says, "Xanthos, it's good to see you."
Before we all depart to our respective, well, to the adventures that lie before us, I have a selfish request.
It's all right. What were you thinking?
Yesterday, Morpheus said that we would be able to enter your well, and I'll be able to enter your sanctuary in my dreams to speak with your retinue.
Yes.
My wife, Nephele, passed a few years ago, and I promised her that I would not venture back into the underworld to find her so long as my living family still needed me. But if I'm able to, at least in my dreams, enter your sanctuary, it would help my heart if she were permitted to reside in your sanctuary, serve your retinue the best she can, and that even if I cannot be with her in person, I might be able to see her again in my dreams.
Has Morpheus not allowed you to see your dreams?
I, I have not seen her, or rather, I see moments from the past, the happy times, but never the now. I never get to tell her how her son is doing. She doesn't know she has a granddaughter.
Where you would go by Morpheus's power is and isn't truly my inner sanctum. I can commune with you there. You will see this place, but make no mistake, Xanthos. What Zeus allows is a dream, and not the truth that matters. So if you wish to see her in your sleeping hours, it is Morpheus you must take this up with. With that said, if you would wish for her to have a place amongst my court, I would of course see it done.
Then please do.
Be sure there are no taking of these things back. Unless I. Hmm. She, Xanthos. I'll tell you what, maybe I want you to make a persuasion check.
Okay.
May considering giving you an insight.
It's a 7.
So he says, then I shall provide her a place in my court. Know this, Xanthos. Your glory ties to her, even in death. For is it not a great and heroic thing to have helped someone prosper to heroism? To have loved someone to greatness? Become great, Xanthos. There may be a better place for her yet in the end. But in the meantime, my court should reside.
Thank you.
He just kind of, with that done, and he kind of like looks up and his hand will bite and looks over at the whole thing, kind of sighs at the quietly sighs at the whole interaction. At which point, yes, Thyia, you have something you wanted to do in that realm, didn't you?
I just wanted to toss that by you just because I know it happens to be in, basically same neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. The same neighborhood, apparently. So, in that moment, Xanthos, you and your dad are standing there. You're kind of like looking up, like waiting for the wife to finish up with the overbearing mom. You see Thyia come down the stairs. Uh, and Hades goes, should be good. Quietly to use Xanthos. Meanwhile, across the bridge, Thyia, you come down and you see the very same scene. You see Xanthos and Hades having a little chat at the gate, this sort of iron wrought dark gate, and Demeter looking pretty upset, like she's letting her kid off to university or something. Uh, and yeah.
Um, so I am going to as it begins, I don't necessarily want to eavesdrop, but like when you know someone, two people are talking, you want to like say, "Hey, I want to talk to someone," but you don't want to be right in the middle of shit. So like you stand back, try to be polite. Like I'm there, but I'm not there, and also it gives me context. Like, is it sweet? Is she being overbearing? Right? Because I don't want to be an asshole if it is just genuinely sweet and nice. I don't know. This is not my mother.
Make it a check.
Don't fuck me. I need this to be okay. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, no, it hit another dice and then it jumped out of. I'm not. I had to go. I had to move furniture to find it.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, it it bounced out and went behind a bookshelf that's
Uh,
like huge and full of books. I'm going to have to get someone else to help me.
that sucks.
Anyway, yeah, that is all right. I think that's gonna be a 14.
Okay. 14.
Yes, it is a 14.
Let's see. It is, you look at it, it's definitely like an overbearing sort of moment. She like, nobody's being an asshole or anything, but um, it very much does give like Demeter's dropped Persephone off at university, like dropped her kid off at university for the first time, and mom's all full of tears and whatever, and there is a sweetness to it, but like, and you're not there like hearing the words that are being shared with Demeter and Persephone, but you can tell like by the look in Demeter's eye, there is a sort of cold anger towards Hades in the background of it, and maybe some less kind words about him are being shared to Persephone, who's kind of dealing with the eccentric mother a little bit, and he's like, "Oh, okay, like, all right." So it's a bit of it's a little bit of a situation.
Um, Taya is going to try to inch, like inch close, and wait till she can hear one of those things about Hades.
Um, okay. Tell you what, maybe a stealth check. Because getting that close to a conversation is, you know, tricky.
All right, so that was a nat 20.
Okay.
And I think it's going to be a 22.
Yeah, you're good. You approach with care. Maybe you see it all happening, and yeah, you literally take to like getting off the stair and kind of like hopping down to the side of the stair, kind of like shuffling closer, do a little spying. Um, oh God. All right, let's see how this conversation's like. Um, it, Persephone's being very like, there, it's okay, mother. I'll be back. I'll be back. All will be well. I'm okay, really. And Demeter's like, oh, my Persephone, my sweet Persephone, my, uh, you were spring, and I assure you that a mother's grief knows no bounds. Uh, this Hades, he will pay for this. His, I will see to it that the winter never ceases, so long as you are not here. And she said, "Oh, mother, I really don't think that's yeah." Okay.
And Thyia will come up. I am so sorry. Please forgive me for intruding.
Demeter gives you the nastiest look. Persephone looks just a little surprised.
She is going to take this book of herbs and things that she's diagrammed in little potion notes and put it in Persephone's hands and say, "This is the book that I was looking at. I know you were about to go. Could you just look at it really briefly, please? It would mean so much to me."
Demeter says, "What is the meaning of this? Do you have no sense of decency? I am seeing my daughter to the land of the dead."
Divine Demeter, she is coming back. She is both the living and the dead. I am sorry that you suffer, but she cannot not go. What do you expect of her? And you threaten her husband. That would hurt. Would that not hurt Persephone too? How? You are breaking Persephone's heart too. Divine Demeter, I am so sorry.
She snatches. She like she stares at you for a moment, like in like vilely, and then she like snatches the book from Persephone and flips through it, and goes, and like tosses it at your feet, Thyia. Goes, "You are a fool, child. You come to my daughter for the power of growth. She is my daughter. I am growth. And just like when winter comes, which it is coming, I shall go now from you." And she takes one last look at Persephone and a little bit more angered in the eye and very cool as cold can be, strides away. Leaving indeed a little nip in the air, a little chill in the air.
Thyia takes the book and actually puts it away. It was never for Persephone anyway. It was a reason to get Persephone to go away.
Oh, like Persephone's there, yeah.
Yeah. I did mean to overstep. I am not going to lie. I know she suffers, but you will be back. You're not going to go no matter how unhappy she is. He is not going to keep you there. There is nothing can be done.
I want you to make me a performance check to see how well this display has come off. Not too high. Too high DC.
It's actually not bad. That's a 16. I think that might be performance. That might be 17.
Persephone's just been like she's totally been dumbfounded a little bit by the moment, and you say this to her, and she sort of you can tell there's like there's almost like that like breath of like she's deciding how she feels about how that all went down. And she says, I must say, you're quite a bold one to raise your voice to my mother.
Well, if I'm going to be your champion, I would be poor one if I shrank.
I, well, why? Just tell me this. Why me? Why do you? I'm I'm not even an Olympian technically, and new to all this, and I'm certainly not the most powerful or influential person here. Why not someone like my mother, Demeter, if you like plants so much, or
It is not just plants. I think there is something to be said about striking new ground and making your own way. You are making your own way now. That is exciting. It is unwritten. You are making choices about what kind of goddess you will be. And you have two very, it seems almost like opposite, but really same coin.
well, I suppose you're very bold and sure of yourself, and I could use some of that maybe. If you're sure.
In worst case scenario, if you decide, you know something, it does not work out, I am sure I land on my feet, right?
Well, you are child of Dionysus, and he has been very kind to me in all of this. Well, then, uh, wow, okay, I guess I'll make you my champion.
She does like little squee dance.
Nice. She like takes you over to like Hades and Xanthos. She goes, husband, Hades, I was thinking about taking Thyia here as the daughter of Dionysus as like my champion. Do you think that would be okay? And he scrunches his eyebrows a little at her and goes, "You do not need my permission to claim champion, Persephone."
I think that sounds like a great idea.
Because I'm sure she knows what she's doing. And Persephone she looks happy. She goes, then, then why don't we call you perhaps simply the flower of spring? If that works for you.
Love this. I love this.
Okay, then you will be My champion, the flower of spring.
I will leave your mother alone for a bit. Hopefully, she will not turn me into frog or something before next time I see you.
No, she'll just simply ensure that everything around you dies.
That,
And anything growing anyway. But
that's
it was only the
unfortunate.
one comment. I'm sure it will be fine. Be fine, hopefully. I don't know. Keep me in the loop about that. I don't get a lot of news in the underworld.
I will see what I can do. Apparently, I will be able to dream to you. I can give you news that way. I did not insult her, by the way. I just simply said,
Oh, you insulted her for sure. You did.
I did not mean to. She's.
She winks at you and she goes, "Yes, you did."
Yes, I did. But I was still correct. I do not mean to be hubris, but she cannot change it. I do not think. I do not think she could snap her fingers and make it different. And if she cannot make it different, that means you have to accept it the same. And she's so unhappy.
Hades.
And it makes you unhappy.
Hades says, I know something of grief. Pragmatism is admirable, but you must remember, we gods, especially we gods, are feeling things, just as all things in the land are. And feelings come before pragmatism, in most ways.
Love for one's own child can wipe away any sense of rational judgment. The feeling runs deep, even in mortals.
The Olympians are not famously known for their pragmatism or logic for emotion. You do well to be wary of the strong emotions of the people of Greece and the gods themselves.
Thank you for your wisdom. I will find a way to make amends.
Just
I need to have more mushrooms if I am going to do this. Okay.
Persephone or Hades will, with a small tapping of the staff on the ground nearby, a barely conceivable, at least visually, but certainly noticeable in sort of that sixth scent, flows through the gate, and its many locks open and open wide to a deep black cave that smells of something rot, something gone, something hot, something otherworldly. And he puts his hand out to Persephone, who takes it, and she waves with all the mirth of spring. Hades gives you a small nod, Xanthos. And Hades and Persephone pass by the gate that closes behind them, and you see through the barring as the two gods disappear into the blank, to the dark, to descend into all things below. As you watch the coming of fall literally transpire before you. The second fall ever.
Well,
I will take on Quest of Atonement.
I think it best to, when
I
it
will give
comes to,
time, but
when it comes to Demeter and on the subject of Persephone, it is a subject so sore that well, any comment on the matter is met with great hostility. Even an attempt to make amends may just be seen as another slight against her.
she's hurting the daughter she claims to love so much. You can see the pain clear on Persephone's face. Gods do not have to be pragmatic. I think gods are used to getting way all the time. It may be why the ladies are so antsy about our trades. You know what I'm saying?
I believe so. But I am of the belief that Persephone is stronger than she maybe believes herself to be. She can weather her mother's grief. And
Oh, certainly. The question was not whether she could weather it, it was whether I can. What did I just do? Oh, Dionysus, what did you talk me into? All right.
well, you are now heard. Well, the two of us are both acknowledged and favored by Persephone. Demeter will never like me for what I am, but you, when spring comes again, you will have a chance to show that you are a good friend to Persephone, and Demeter may very well approve. Equally, she may hate the fact that you're associated with me.
Excellent. It is wonderful day to start day. Okay, we can do nothing about this now. So let us get back to group. Shock.
Okay.
Because at some point I thought pissing off a god was a good idea. Okay, we're good.
Who would do that? That's crazy. That's crazy you do that.
What? No, we love that. That's part of this game. Take inspiration. We love pissing off a god. Flower spring. Okay, so you are now at -1 with Demeter. That did count as you came to her at the event that is the epitome of all the grief that shapes her as a god and said, fuck off. So that will be, you're at a -1 with Demeter. But you are at 3 with Persephone and are now the Flower of Spring.
It's okay. -1 Demeter gang.
-1 Demeter gang, let's go. Incredible. And of course, your old title as Dionysus' champion has gone. But considering he wingmaned you through this whole thing, you don't think he's going to be too upset about it. Okay, why don't we go check on our 2 other misfits of fate. Dude, that's your party name. Sorry. Oops. Nope, it's up to you guys. But anyway, Candybus, Vasaliki, do you guys have any who would like to go first? If anyone, either of you.
You know what? I would like to talk to Ares.
Okay. Let's see. You we haven't been to his sanctuary. His Olympian sanctuary, we call it. There's multiple sanctuaries, but this is Olympian. You make your way up there, and you come to sort of on the lower tier of the Olympian platform. You come to this like beautiful rolling waterfall that comes down from the gardens way above at the throne room, and beside it is this temple that's sort of built upon like a multi-leveled stair step. And hanging upon those stair steps you see these like humongous hounds dare I say, like wolves, like as big as you've ever seen a wolf before, if ever. And they have like fur around their mouths that is like stained red, in their paws as well, and they kind of chew on bones. It's got a little bit like Lion King hyena vibes, so that they're just hanging around. But these are like big, ferocious wolves. And at the top of it, very much has the essence of like that sort of conqueror's place a little bit, and sort of actually sitting on the steps, not as regal as ever, but sitting on the steps, is Ares. That look of somebody who's kind of like in their vibes a little bit. Maybe he's still reeling from the defeat of the marriage. And you approach, and he doesn't seem displeased to see you.
Hello, God of War.
Hello, Lips of Desire. Sorry, that's Hades' voice. I'm still in. Hello, Lips of Desire.
I came to touch base with you and also thank you for being on my side in all this.
I owe you thanks then as well. You have been an ally to Aphrodite. And I'm sure it's not of great mystery to see that she does mean something to me. So, I owe you thanks as well.
And I will continue to serve as a loyal ally. And I want you to know that though we lost this battle, this war is not over.
No, I was going to say the exact same thing. Glad to hear you say this.
I know you look at me as someone more of the softer variety, but love and war are very intricately twined.
Not anymore.
But
Shush.
he says, yes, it is true. We are very emotional creatures, Mina. Especially amongst those who call this mountain home. I agree.
Well, as you know, us demigods are planning to descend the mountain back into the realm of mortals. I just wanted to, one, thank you, and two, make sure you keep an eye on Hephaestus, because this is not over.
Understood. Perhaps it is he who should keep his eye on me. Or you, by the sounds of things. I'd be careful, Candybus. He has it out for you. You're going to be more vulnerable in the land of mortals.
Perhaps so. Perhaps I can be a bit of a distraction. If he's too occupied with me, he won't be looking elsewhere.
This is true. We will meet again. You and your allies, you intend to stick together. Yes?
Yes.
Well, if that be your war band, I have no doubt that we will be seeing you on this mountain again sometime.
Should the fates deem it so.
Should the fates deem it so. Well, you are son of Aphrodite, and I have a son in your party as well. Keep close to each other. Love and war work better together than most would think, as you already know.
Indeed. Well, I should be going, but I'm sure this won't be our last meeting.
Good luck, Candybus. May glory be yours. Do not fear the blade. It can help you grow your legend, though I do know you prefer your strings.
I will remember this.
Yeah, and you can take your leave. I was looking at it, and you're for some reason at 0 points with Ares. I don't think that's fair to say. You've backed up Aphrodite, like helped him get her back up the mountain. So I'm gonna say you had gained a point for that. So I'm gonna put you at 2 points now. This was technically a private conversation, but I think you've done enough for Aphrodite in the playing view of Ares that you're overdue for a couple points I haven't given you in fairness.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think considering you're kind of this like we haven't lost the war, I think he'd want to give you access to his retinue anyway. So I think 2 is a fitting place to be for you and Ares right now. Cool. Magnificent. Vasaliki, what would you like to do?
So, do we only have time for like one thing, or do we have time for two?
It's time for 2.
Time
We just don't want to. Hang on. We just don't want to we want to get off the mountain, so we just don't want to drag this out forever. But yeah, as long as it's not too much, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, one could be we don't have to act out. I just want to say goodbye to my mom and aunts. And then I also want to talk to Zeus.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to get it too. Okay, yeah. That's no problem. There will be some group goodbyes like at the descent from the Olympian plane. So we can deal with the Amazons then, because everybody's gonna have a couple of people who are around who will be like, bye, bye, bye. So we'll get to the Amazons. Let's hit up Zeus first and foremost. So in the early wee morning hours, you make your way to the top of the mountain. It is a good workout. Maybe after seeing your mom and her sisters like ascend the mountain with such ease, you're like, okay, I gotta work on my uphill cardio. And so you like go up the many tiers all the way to the tippy top of the mountain. You haven't been to the sanctuary of Zeus yet, I don't believe. No, you guys feasted there. Never mind, I take it back. But anyway, you come to the top of the mountain again, above even the throne room. Fittingly, Zeus's sanctuary is above even this. And you see the most magnificent of sanctuaries. There are statues in his honor. There are lesser gods and daemon gods and personifications of various things, advisors who come and go around the grounds, and you make your way up the many steps to the high temple. The door is like a little ajar. And so you step inside and you see the magnificence of the interior of Zeus's chamber space. It looks out upon the clouds of Olympus. They're around. There's like a bathing pool. There's wine. There's trophies of battles fought, carvings and monuments to his victories. This is even in his private sanctuary, it's a place of glory, but a place of ease and relaxed. And you hear some strange sounds, and you kind of like curiously like maybe a perception check.
$17.
You hear some young lady
Oh no.
that you do not know is sounding familiarly in the throes of passion. You hear the sound of someone who is not his wife enjoying him.
Yeah, I'm coming back later. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not gonna watch Dad plow into some woman. I don't know. That's for another day.
Okay, I wanna ask you above table. Do you want Vasiliki to have that moment of like coming around the corner and being like, oh, like accidentally, or is this? Do you want to have like heard it before you got there?
Roll for it.
You roll for it.
Okay, I'll roll for it. Evens is I'm surprised.
Got it.
Oh, it's evens. I'm surprised.
That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Okay. You're like, oh, what's that sound? It's like this strange clapping sound. You kind of come around the corner. And you see in this like sort of big bed that is unsurprisingly sort of like tucked away in his room a little bit, or in his sanctuary a little bit. Yeah, you kind of stare wide-eyed as your dad is being very intimate with what looks to be some nymph girl. And that lasts only for like a second or two more before I think she sees you. She goes, covers
Yeah, well, Vasaliki will do the same thing. I go, ah!
And Zeus will look over and see it's you, and almost like chill out. He'll be like, oh, like not as worried. But you and her are like and she like quickly like hops up and throws something around herself and kind of like sort of brushes around past you and like leaves with like a oh no hurry out. Zeus just kind of like leans back in the bed and kind of covers himself with a sheet and like picks up yesterday's wine and has a little sip. And he says, "Good morning, Vasiliki. You're quite the early riser."
As are you. And she'll like eyebrows go up. In fact, this might be the first naked male she has seen, because when else would she have seen? So this is shocking to say the least.
What is that?
What is that thing? Well, you surely, yeah, and nudity isn't very unheard of around here, but yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, of all of the naked male bodies, he's your dad, so it's a little fucked up. But yeah, he says, I don't think I need to tell you how this would be better if kept between me and you.
My mother has faced the wrath of your wife. I don't intend to bring that upon myself or you. So your secret is safe with me.
Excellent. Well, good. Glad to hear. So what have you here. He kind of gets up and makes a little toga for himself out of the sheets, and kind of gets up and starts kind of as casually as you've ever seen the King of the Gods. Starts making his way around his sanctuary space. He goes, so is there oh, you're leaving today. Came to say goodbye, I assume.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into, but yeah, that's exactly right. I just wanted to say goodbye before I left your incredible home. I did want to mention that I always vied for your favor. I've gained and lost quite a bit of favor with several gods, Ares, Apollo, Dionysus, Hera. But amongst them all, it was always you I was vying for, and I wanted to make that clear before I left.
I'll admit I wasn't so sure about you at first. You came here, you were bold, which now I'm seeing as a good thing. You made things a little awkward for me at first. But that's more my fault than yours, really. And you have proven yourself time and time again a capable demigod. I'm being quite honest, Vasaliki. Minos is certainly the most powerful of my children, and I look forward to seeing his progress as a king. But your legend interests me greatly. You've achieved much up here. I'm interested to see what you do in the land of mortals. And you, an Amazon, I've never had an Amazon child before, or daughter, demigod before. There's much about you that's strange. I'm excited to see what you do to the men you meet along the way and their kingdoms.
Good. Well, I intend to make you proud. And speaking of King Minos, we didn't really have a chance to circle up, but I did think about a challenge to present to him if you were curious to hear it.
Who better? Who better? Oh God, I'm sorry. Who better to render judgment than one of my own children? It's fitting. I mean, a demigod of any other, I suppose, wouldn't quite do. So yes, please tell me, what is supposed to be Queen of the Amazon? What is your trial you would place before this great king?
Well, the purpose of the trial was to determine his kingliness, to test personal desires against his duties as a king. And I thought of this muse that him and his brothers have been fighting over. And what if, with the help of Aphrodite, the muse falls for the king and the king gets what he wants, but just so long as he has the muse, his people will suffer, for the fishes won't come to the shores anymore. And he can choose, I mean, the king will be fine because he has stores, but his people would suffer without the fish. And as long as he has his muse, the fish will not come, with the help of Poseidon, of course. But it will make him choose between this muse that he's truly wanted and desired and lusted for versus the duty to his people and providing for them.
I like this. Well, roll a persuasion check. Let's see how much he likes this. This is a dice rolling game. Got it, dice.
Oh, first.
Right, she's using a favorite roll advantage.
I'll use Zeus's.
Yeah, use Zeus's.
Okay. $18.
18. He says, do like this. Do like this a deal. Very well. I will speak to Aphrodite. Very well. It is a good judgment. I will make it so.
I'm glad you found it to be favorable. I hope it'll yield the results that you're looking for. Men can be swayed by desire and blinded by it, but a true king would see through that and be able to provide for his people. So I hope he chooses wisely.
As do I. As do I. Oh, very well. I will speak with Aphrodite. It is a fair trial. Well done, Vasaliki. If you are to be a queen one day, especially of your people, you're going to need to make these kinds of decisions quite often. So. But be cautious, for you will have to use your own power and not mine always. But in this, be happy to oblige.
Well, I'm not so good with my words. Maybe that's something I can work on.
Just, since we didn't play it out last session, I think that would be the perfect time. He says, "Oh, and before you go, he will look around." Goes, "Where did I?" And he goes to one of these mantles and takes off a javelin that has certain lightning-like qualities, and he will say, "During the Titanomachy, there were some giants that fought for us. There was a cabal that fought under me known as the Storm Giants, and one of their mightiest fought alongside me. He wielded this, and he wielded it with great skill. He was like a son to me, in a way. And I pass it on to you now. It has my very power within it. It is not lightning unto itself, and thus is not a sign of heirdom, to be very clear, but does possess the power of lightning. Wield it with wrath, wield it with wisdom. He'll grant you the javelin of lightning."
Wow. Cool. Yeah, she'll like kind of test out the weight in her hand and kind of like spin it around. I don't know. She's familiar with the spear, and they're pretty similar. So she'll like kind of test it out. And do you have to attune to it? Is it attunement? Okay, never mind.
Actually, I'm not sure on that matter. Probably.
I don't think.
Scroll to the bottom of your inventory list. Do you not have it in your equipment yet?
No, I guess.
Probably, but we'll look into that in a minute. But as you hold it, it is a very interesting way. And javelins are meant to be like thrown-based weapons, so it's certainly lighter than a spear. Very light. And as it moves through the light, it does sort of almost crackle with ozone at its tips. There is a smell of that sort of like ozone, like that burn, the burn of the very air smell on it, like lightning's crisp. And as you kind of move it through your hands, you do feel the potential of it. It isn't attunement, actually. So as you wield it and hold it in your hands, you do feel that sizzle, that like barely contained power deep within the weapon itself. And as you move it, like it does seem to almost like ignite within itself, like lightning becoming great. And you imagine that if you threw it hard enough, it would erupt or explode or something of great power.
She just has like a big shit-eating grin on her face, and she's like, "Yeah, this is pretty sweet. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it."
Wield it well. Perhaps it may serve you even greater in the days to come. For now, wield it. Know you to be the will of Zeus as you wander these lands. Bear that name proudly. Perhaps, well, I have a son who can build anything. Who knows how you, your weapon, and your legend may grow, if you wield this wisely.
Oh, about that. I mentioned I gained and lost favor with gods. Well, Hephaestus is one that I have lost favor with.
Oh, I know. I think everybody knows. You and Candybus, huh?
We know how to get into trouble, I suppose.
Well, that's between you and the Forge God. I am the king of the gods, but there is something else that might be wise to note. that in being a monarch, being a king, being a leader, you have to recognize where your power ends and begins. I may be the king of the gods, that does not make me the king of love or the king of the sea. I judge, I balance, but it is not I who dominate the sea, it is not I who dominate love. It is with their gods I must treat with, even as the king of the gods. And when you become a monarch one day, as I expect you will not become the queen of your neighbors. You will have to treat with them. You will have to have allies if you are to survive in your world. So, let that be a little fatherly wisdom as you go off into the world. But it seems that there will be some time, as you elves do live quite a long time. But I do know that you grow world weary after a while, so who knows how long Hippolytus' reign will last. Well, I need to put on my nice tunic and go say bye to everybody. So I'm sure they will wish to see me. And you need to get going too, as the day is growing higher.
Well, thank you for this again, and I will surely be seeing you soon. And she'll, take her leave.
Yes, I will watch down upon you. I will watch down upon you often. So long as there is clouds in the sky, I will be present. And you may leave. For your father to go get properly dressed. He like turns around and like throws the sheet back on the bed and you're like, ugh. You kind of leave. So, Romulos, we haven't heard from you, my friend. As I said, everyone will be able to say some like fond farewells to various demigods and gods before leaving the mountain. Just some, whatever goodbyes. But Romulus, is there any sort of private audience you'd like to hold with one of the gods before leaving the mountain?
I think one of the first things he would do, waking up very, very early, so that as the sun crests the mountain, I think he would want to be at the tallest peak so that he could bury the shield of the fallen warrior and let it be graced by the beauty that is the first son of Olympus.
The tallest peak would be Zeus's place in Olympus. So you can walk across its grounds if you wish. Maybe you went up with Vasaliki in the morning, and both of you did a little climb the mountain cardio together. And whereas she went to the temple to meet with her father, perhaps you went to the foot of one of these like magnificent statues, which would be as great a place as any to lay this shield. You're certainly not going to be able to bury it at the peak, as this is a marbled place, but you can certainly leave it at the foot of one of these statues in tribute, which would be just as worthy, if not more, if you wished.
Sounds good.
Cool. You make your way to the base of one of these like magnificent skyscraping statues of Zeus himself, and you come to the foot of one and leave the shield there, a place of tribute and honor, where it will probably rest till the end of days. There'd be no reason for its removal. And that does great honor, surely, to the spirit, wherever it is. And to yourself.
And I think as he places it down and realizes what you just said, I think kind of takes a knee and maybe bows his head a little bit. And he says to himself, here, poet, here may you rest for all time and be watched and watch the gods in their kingdom. And enjoy.
You have to imagine, for all the funeral rites paid and so on and so forth, like, absolutely. Is there a finer place for a warrior's final tribute in life to be laid? Is there a finer place than at the peak of the kingdom of the gods? Well, surely take inspiration at least. As you honor the spirits of the dead that you have come across. Magnificent. So, I want to ask you guys something real quick because I had a big brain, not to pat myself on the back a little too hard, but I had a brain moment the other day. Xanthos, you're the only one who has used your demigod powers that you gained at 3rd level so far, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Good. I had an idea. But we're gonna get to that. So, Romulus, would you like to descend the mountain? Your mic's a little far from your...
It was muted.
Oh.
Yes, I would.
Okay. We'll say as you've taken some time there, you kind of meet up with Vasaliki, who looks a little pale for some reason. As she saw a ghost or something as she walks out of the Temple of Zeus for you two to descend the mountain and leave.
Are you alright?
Let's just say I'm getting to know my father in more ways than one. And she'll kind of
Whatever
like
could that
shudder.
mean? You seem more jogged than usual.
Yeah. I just walked in on Zeus with a nymph. It was,
Oh,
yeah.
I suppose the stories are true.
What stories would that be?
Well, he has a bit of a reputation.
Yes, those stories. I mean, that is how I came to be. So I shouldn't be too surprised, but it was shocking all the same. She'll maybe for the first time ever, like you'll see a little flush in her cheeks. She'll blush and say, well, that's the first time I've seen a man in all its glory.
Oh, that is fucked up. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, but
Wow.
so yeah, that's how my morning's gone. How was your trek up the mountain?
It was good. There's a certain aura that follows you when you rise as early as I did, and when you're up before the sun is and everyone else is sleeping soundly. I don't know. It's almost like you feel you are on some great quest.
Yeah, I can relate. We wake early for our hunts, and it's a quiet moment before the world stirs that offers, like you say, a certain aura. It can be a special time in the morning.
Yes. Especially if you witness morning glory for the first time. Yes.
Yeah, and she'll like kind of give you like a lighthearted punch on the shoulder, and so yeah. Well, I gotta start packing up and get my mind off of things, I think. So I will be taking my leave, Romulus.
That is fair. If at any point you wish to I don't know, do something to get your mind off of things, maybe I can find something.
Sure. I've been meaning to sharpen my sparring skills. I usually spar with my sisters, or sorry, my aunts, but I'm sure you'll do. And she'll kind of like give you a wink.
And the fact I said nothing about sparring, and that was the first thing that you said, makes me know that you are my sister.
Oh, Amazon. Meanwhile, so we'll fast forward a little bit. We come to the base of the mountain where basically the demigods have accumulated. All of the surviving ones have all accumulated to descend. Some faces you do not see present, others, but most you do. It seems that the divine blood. Some people maybe have rested on their laurels a little bit with their divine blood, or simply didn't have what it takes to gain the favor, the pious favor of the gods. But most did. Most rose to the challenge. Minos and his brothers are present. The Amazons, of course, have all gained favor. Amphion and Xanthos are ready to go, along with all of you. And the gods are sort of like carousing and saying their goodbyes, to where Zeus finally appears, sort of speaking. And he will say, before you all leave, those of you who have been chosen by the gods to be greater than, there is more to it than simply being acknowledged. For it is about the blood where the power stems. So, he nods to his children and the gods. We're gonna take her one by one. So Aphrodite approaches you, Candybus, and she's gonna give you like a very full hug. She presses herself to you and sends a little shiver down your spine. And she smiles at you and kind of like hands on the cheeks and everything, and she says, I am so happy that you are my son. And she is going to pull your hand forward. She's going to take your hand in hers, and she is going to take your, if you have one, I presume you do, your dagger from your hip. She's going to cut your hand.
Ah.
I know, she sees the blood, she's like, ugh. No, I can't, she doesn't. And she will put your knife away. And she will take her own hand, kind of like drag her thumb across her hand, and as she turns her hand, you see just like this golden ichor like glow. You expect is the blood of God, the blood of God of love. And she will press her hand onto yours. And really just, and it's sort of as she pushes your hands together, and you do feel almost like something great travel up your arm rather swiftly and across your chest and across your body, and you do feel
Oh, I think I
very...
caught something.
She laughs at that, and you will feel the blood of Aphrodite flood through your veins, taking what was already divine there and making it greater, enhancing it, as the Olympian Aphrodite's blood now flows in your veins. And as she pulls her hand back, she will kiss your hand where the wound is. Kiss it better. She will say, now you are truly the blood of my blood. You are truly my son. And with that, oh, go ahead, please.
I will carry this gift and bestow it in the land of the mortals as best I can in your name.
In your name. Not everything needs to be about me, though I can understand the temptation.
In my name, then. In our names.
In our name, I like that a lot better. Together. She says, well, You won't see me always, but you know you will always have my favor.
Always.
Meanwhile, across the crowd, Ares approaches you, Romulus. And he is going to say, open your vein, Romulus.
Pulls out a little paring knife or something for cutting game up.
Yep.
And without hesitation,
he will drag his own sort of like nail of his thumb across his hand and a similar ichor. And he will take your hand. Everyone's thrown. Some people are thrown off the mountain. But no, he different to Candybus. Candybus was this feeling of like growing greatness, and like just like generally positive, like emotionally fulfilling, dare I say. Yours, Romulus, as it powers through your arm and up your body and like across your heart. Candybus was like an overwhelming amount, like emotional, but it's love and it's good and it's all these wonderful things. You feel the power of the god of bloodlust travel through you. And it's up to you if it influences you now, of course. But as you are truly become the blood of Ares' blood, the power of war and the power of bloodlust, some would call a curse, travels through you. And you are no longer the grandson of Ares in blood, but now the true son of Ares. And you feel that power, rage, and violence inside you now that promises greatness. And he says, blood of my blood, you are now truly my son as you go into that world.
I will carry this gift you have bestowed upon me into the mortal realm. And they will feel war. They will feel bloodlust.
And if they can't, let them feel yours. Take what is owed to you from the world and leave the rest in ruin. For your glory, Romulus.
For my glory.
You will remove the hand, and you are truly the blood of Ares' blood. Thyia, Dionysus, puts his head on your shoulder and said, "You did, kid. You got to be champion of your flower goddess. I love her. She's great."
She is awesome. We're going to see if I can survive her mother. That is, big question now.
Oh, she's not so bad.
I adore her.
She's just
Having a hard time.
yeah. And it seems like she's decided that's part of her personality now. So winter exists. That's great. That's so great. But well, gotta look on the bright side of things. Well, Thyia, as you go out into the world there, have a drink on me.
Always. I will make drinks in your honor.
Sure. Be true to yourself, all right? That's what I would want
Always.
from you. Be true to yourself. Okay, great. Sweet. Okay, cool. Well, that's that. He pats you on the back.
She gives him a big hug.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, all right. We love that. That's great.
No, I love you.
You do?
I do. I will miss drinking with you. Next time we have to drink more. You are always with the guys, I feel like fourth wheel.
Oh, you're right. What is a more important time than a dad and his kid having a drink, especially too many drinks? That feels like an important bonding moment. We'll have to make that happen.
We'll have to make that happen.
Excellent. Cool. And he just kind of stares at you and he goes, "Well, good luck, kid. You're gonna do great." Yeah, and you know there's Thyia, like everyone cutting their hands, and like it's not just these two, like anybody who is yet to be acknowledged, they're all doing this with the various gods and trading blood with those who have been chosen. Dionysus seems it's just not.
So are we not doing the same thing they are?
No, why would we do that?
Okay. That seems like what the parents are doing.
Yeah, only the ones that chose their child. If there's one thing I've realized about my kids is that they tend to be a little loopy, have a hard time sometimes accepting what is what. For a minute in there, I may have had you not fully believe that you were my bloodborn daughter. But you are. That's not usually the reaction I get. I usually get like a lot of stomping and anger and yelling.
Did Mom know?
Oh yeah, mom noticed when she had you and I was around about 9 months earlier.
Oh, but so Mom knows.
Oh yeah, and you knew for a while too, but you got onto the mountain or there was. It goes. Ask your mom about it. Ask your mom about it. Yeah, ask your mom about it. Now there she is.
Big hug.
Oh, look at you all accepting your parentage. I'm so proud of you. You're great.
I have great parents.
Yeah. One better than the others.
I am favored. All right, I'm going to go do things.
Okay, well you have a great time out there, Scam.
I will.
Yeah. He grabs your face and he like kisses you on the cheek and goes, "Mwah." And lets you go. And Zeus will say broadly, with that, the blood running true amongst those who would descend this mountain. All of you truly acknowledged it now. Go, make your legends amongst mortals. Make your legends amongst Greece. Become kings, conquerors, vagabonds. But let all know your name. And if you are to die, die in triumph. If you are to fail, fail gloriously. For death will come for you all one day, but before then, let history know your name for all time. We will be watching as you go. Good luck. Don't trip on the way down. Be an embarrassing way for your story to start. And maybe end. Yeah?
Did Zeus do the blood thing with Vasaliki?
No, you're his bloodborne son. Bloodborne
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was sitting back thinking about him like, we want you to be like the son of Ares or the son of, even if it was chosen. So now you have their blood. You're truly like blood related to the god now. So with that, you all pack up your shit. Basically, what I'm going to say is that we're going to go to like a 2-day descent of the mountain, but all of the demigods are just going to do this together because, I mean, why wouldn't you? Maybe some kind of go ahead, some don't, but over the next 2 days, the various demigods will descend down the true mountain. You go past, leaving the gates of Olympus behind. The golden gates close behind you, and its glorious peak disappears behind the high clouds. And you find yourselves, along with the dozen or two other demigods who succeeded up on the high mountain, find themselves standing past some solid clouds, down the solid clouded steps, on to the peak of what would be the Mortal Mountain. You have been breathing this divine air, this crisp mountain air, the realm of the gods, and you find yourself returning to a place that maybe isn't as regal, isn't as glorious or divine, but a place where you belong. It's like having spent time in the company of a great king, in the luxury of a great king, and finally coming home to your home village, smelling the air, seeing the familiar sights. It's not bad to have left the mountain and come back to the mortal world. It is familiar. It is like a homecoming. And you see, as you look from the mountain peak down upon the land of Greece that is no longer obfuscated by clouds, you see the great expanse, the sea to the east, the mountains to the west. You see the great truck of land that is Thessaly to the south, the frontier, the barbarian frontier of the north where Macedonia lies. And what you see before you is a great canvas that is yet to have legends painted across it. And you see in it home and potential. Your potential. Over the next 2 days, you will descend the perilous climb of the mountain with the assistance of your friends and the other demigods present, where you may speak with them and make plans. So I will say it'll take 2 days to descend the mountain. On the morning, that is when you demigods will have made a camp at the base of the mountain and may begin to go your separate ways. So we're just going to truck past those 2 days, if that is all the same to everybody. I'm still going to make sure that there's plenty. I'm going to make sure that there's, you guys can still have conversations and talk during those 2 days, of course. But we're just going to truck past the actual descent and what encounters might lie and the nitty gritty of the travel itself. So, you guys get to the base of the mountain. We'll say it's the evening of the last day. You're making camp in the evening, in the dark. Tomorrow's the day that all the demigods will part ways. Would anyone like to share words with your fellow demigods?
I think I would.
Okay.
Is this like at the campfire or?
Yeah, there's like several campfires, if not one larger central bonfire. There are, like I said, maybe like getting close to 24 tents around the various fires. Of the most glorious, supposedly going to be successful heroes in the land. You can certainly have sort of final conversations with whoever you wish.
Cool. I think he would just like to address the whole group of demigods, maybe bring them
Okay.
around the bonfire.
Oh yeah, we'll say that it's like dinner time, and everyone's sort of around the fire. Maybe a hunt was made, and everyone's having some meat, and you can certainly speak out.
Well, it has been a long journey, my fellow demigods. But those of us who were claimed and chosen, maybe a few who were not, I just wanted to bring us all here to speak a moment about what lies ahead for all of us. You see, the gods will continue being gods for forever. But it is what we do now that writes our legends in stone. There will be times where our trials may be too great, when our constitution will not carry us any farther. But us all being of Olympus, I believe that that ties us all together. So there may one day come a time when all of us must come together to protect the mortal world in the interests of Olympus. So please do not squander these relationships. Remember each other. And one day, we will band together again to beat back whatever it is that decides to face us. I know I can count on all.
Make a performance check.
$16.
16. Certainly in the land of Greece are toasts well received. Especially especially among such heroes, grand declarations of valor, and so on. Many raise their glasses. You hold a little bit of a unique place where, as a man, you have relationships with the Amazons, which not every man here could claim. So not every man could have had this speech and drawn them in. Some glasses are raised in that direction. You know, I'm sure that perhaps Romulus, you probably don't notice or sparingly notice. There's maybe like a couple here and there who kind of like, you know, raise it a little in like, yeah, sure, whatever. Don't take it too seriously. But it is largely received well by most, and like a hearty cheers is shared by especially those your party has made alliance with up on the mountain. A proud cheers and toast comes around. Who is like into it?
Sure.
Okay, let's see here. Dryope Emberwalker. She is the dwarf that you guys saved on the mountain. She raises a glass. I think Sarpedon, Radamanthus, Pasiphae, all of those associated with Minos, raise a glass. Minos is a little bit more like token raising of the glass a little bit. Hippolyta and her Amazons all they raise a glass sort of like more to you than to like common alliance and to what your words were, like in support of you. They don't like look around and like cheers their person next to them like some people do. It's very much like Romulus spoke. Romulus was got the Amazon blood. He's got the blood of Ares. Like we'll honor him. Amphion and Xanthos, who are to be your traveling companions, they certainly raise a glass and make gestures around the campfire to various demigods present. Same with Olympus, the king of Eleusinian. Curix, who is his herald, does the same. Narcissus raises a glass. The prophet, who's supposed to be following you guys around, Triserius, does, but raises a glass in the direction where nobody sits because he's blind. You get one from some people you don't recognize. Hyacinthus raises a glass in tribute. So really, it's more about who didn't sort of like gesture around. There might be some people who you've never met who do so. And maybe Minos is a little bit more like tokenry, and the Amazons are a little more about you rather than the people around. But generally well received. Like 75%, if not more, receive it and share the idea of alliance around the camp.
Very well.
Yeah.
Cool. And that whole thing is basically just like, it's like instilling that idea, like we all went to the mountain together, we all left the mountain together, and we're a part of this group that is going out into the world. So if anybody needs help or assistance or whatever, you know, you have people to call on.
Absolutely. You have the sense that some people see the people around the camp as their rivals or their challengers, or especially for those who would be kings, such as Minos, probably are looking around and able to take stock of their most capable rivals, sovereign rivals. So you get the sense he's maybe not the only sovereign at this campfire. Well, Apollo, so some look around with rivalry in their eyes, but most hear what you're saying and they're like, yeah, we share common divine blood. We share common cause.
Hell yeah.
Cool. What about the rest of you guys? Is there got a nice full camp here, and this was probably, I will say, this is probably the last time you will ever sit with so many demigods in one place, probably for all your lives.
There's a full camp. Xanthos sees this opportunity to serve a meal.
give us a roll, man. Tell you what, this is a bit of a scavenger thing. Well, you tell me what skill do you think is Xanthos using to do a mass cookout for everyone here in the wilds?
I mean, I have my cook's utensils.
Yep, so you'll get advantage. What skill do you want advantage on? What skill would be Xanthos' cooking skill?
I guess it's, I mean, we're all just using like the stuff we find like around the area. I guess it's just survival.
Sure, I'll tell you what, nature or survival, your choice, and take advantage because of your proficiency.
Cool.
That's how they do it in the new book, and I kind of like it, honestly, is that you, proficiency and access to the tools give you advantage.
Jesus Christ, that was a terrible advantage.
Oh no.
That's an 8.
An 8. What did you roll out of curiosity, survival or nature?
Survival.
Survival. I will say that, like, you have this idea in your mind. You're like, I want this to be like a beast and everything, and you're telling like various demigods to like go out and hunt. You're like, okay, go look for this bush. It's got like leaves that look like. And you're describing like various herbs that you're very used to up in the north of Macedonia. You're like, oh, they shouldn't be too hard to find. Like, go find them. And they bring you well enough meat, but they just like the spices you send people out looking for. Just don't seem to be in this particular biome. And hey, in fairness, in ancient times, people may not know that these flowers only grow in this one place, or these plants only grow in this one place and not everywhere. So Xanthos, you learn in this moment that plants are more common in some areas and less common in others. And the things that you would have had access to in the wilds very easily in Macedonia, you don't on the mountain. Unfortunately, the dish will be lacking in spices a little bit, but it's still a good meal. It's still going to fill bellies.
I mean, greatly apologize. This is, well, I wouldn't serve it back at my tavern, but we'll need to keep our energy up on the way down.
Xanthos basically serves like a spit roast. Like they bring back a couple of like animals hunted from the wilds, and they're just cleaned and spit roasted, not spiced or anything like that. So it's not Xanthos' greatest creation, but it's a very normal meal to have. And everyone's like the fucking someone's just like digging into it, and they're like, oh, I forgive you, I guess. Just like happily eating.
I have missed the whole announcement over the sound of her gnawing on a bone.
And I suppose maybe my standards are just...
Xanthos is beside himself in the side of the camp. Everyone else is just like, yeah, oh, this is great. That's fine. Okay. Tell you what. I know you want one, Vasaliki, so I'm gonna have that come to you a little bit. Hippolyta will come sit next to you at the campfire, Vasaliki. One of the demigods scurries off because Hippolyta has presence. She sits next to you and says, so, the rumor is you'll be traveling south.
That's right. I don't intend to head home quite yet. I want to seek glory with my allies that I've made and find my own way.
This is good. We elves live for a very long time, and there'll be plenty of time to return home later. It'll be good for you to see the world of man and its flaws, and to make your legend known amongst Greeks, proper Greeks, as they call themselves. So this is good. This is good. Just be cautious. The tyranny of man. They will try and make you feel small. But I know it'll be very difficult for you to feel small.
I was raised well, and I don't expect any man can make me feel small. I've got a good head on my shoulders thanks to you.
I'm glad you think so. I hope I have prepared for you for this world. Well, if you can handle gods, I'm sure you can handle some limp-dick men who are going to try and make you feel like you are a possession, something to be had. You will learn that these, she very pointedly while he's not looking, very pointedly nods in the direction of Minos. Says, many of these would-be kings need to feel grand by making others feel small. And you are great, so they will seek to make you small. Do not let them.
I'll heed your word, Mother. Thank you. I suspect this is where we depart in the morning, and I think I'll miss you and I'll miss home, but I think this is the right choice.
I will miss you too. And she kind of, she holds you like a mother should. And gives you a little kiss on the head. The Grand Hippolyta shows some tenderness to her daughter. And she will say, I have no doubt when you return to us, you'll return stronger than you left it. In spirit and in body.
I intend to. I do intend to. But I will not forget where I come from and my heritage, and that is very important to me. I hope to spread the reputation of the Amazons throughout the world and have everyone know how mighty we are and that we must be feared. And I will stand proud as an Amazon. I'll never forget my roots.
Yeah, and she smiles and then kind of like, lets you go, and you guys can sit to each other, and she will, despite herself, do what any Amazon would do, be like, just fucking, like point out the flaws of the men around the camp and whatnot, and she'll certainly spend a moment considering Romulus and says, well, you're traveling with my son. Your brother, and he has the blood of Ares. A worthy traveling companion, if there is to be a man to travel with.
Yes, I mean, despite his third leg flaw, I do expect he will make a very good traveling companion. I'm glad I can call him my comrade.
Me too. You never think you're going to meet one of your sons when you leave them in the woods for the wolves.
Well, we do what we must to keep our people strong, and it is simply serendipitous.
He's the will of the gods.
Yes. And Vasaliki will also say goodbye to her aunts a little more coldly to Antiope, but a little more fondly to her other two aunts. And she'll wish them well and good travels.
Very well, you do so. Yeah, you're they're there to say hello. You just kind of share a nod with Antiope a little bit, who, she still looks at you with that, but your other two aunts are, they wish you the best of luck and say something about how men are terrible. And Antiope sort of gets up at one point and heads in the direction of Candybus, which we will go to now to see what he's been up to before Antiope blames him again. Candybus, is there anything that you wanted to do around camp with the demigods before setting off on your adventures?
Yeah, despite being property of Antiope, I think as we're descending the mountain, Candybus is kind of cozying up to Zarpedon.
Okay. Zarpedon is... Oh, Sarpedon. Yeah. Okay, you call it cozy up to Sarpedon. Just as a note, I have their images as like old men, Sarpedon and Rhadamanthus. They're not old right now. They're actually quite young. So yeah, he cozy up next
A little
to
experience never bothered me none.
Nonetheless, this is how he is more well known, but he is certainly more youthful. He has the color in his hair still, and he is not unhappy for your company, your closeness. He says, "You made waves on the mountain, Candybus. Is it true that you were chased down by some metal abomination in the shape of a bull?"
It is very true.
Most impressive. You find yourself still alive.
It took a little bit of cunning, but I'm sure that won't be the last time I see it. Considering my proclivities.
Yes, your proclivities are well known now, certainly amongst those here. You've made a reputation for yourself as not only being, shall we say, adventurous, but bold. Boldness will serve us well, I think.
That is why we're here.
That's why we're here. And he looks at you, and there's that moment. There's a little, there's those bated breath moments.
So tell me, are you heading straight back to Crete?
Yes. Me and my brothers have a ship waiting for us, docked off the shore, which we will board in the morning.
See, me and my party, we have some stops to make first, but I'll make sure we find our way to your hometown.
Surely it will be good to see you again one day.
Surely.
Crete is a fine island, and we have many glorious beaches. I'm sure it would suit someone such as yourself. You give to me a prince who perhaps was meant for the islands, meant for the sea. Aphrodite's realm, after all.
You have a good eye.
Well, you must give the king of Thyia the regards of the princes of Crete, if not the king himself.
Of course I will.
Perhaps I might visit you again there one day as a envoy of Colossus.
I would love that. Do not be a stranger.
Hard to be a stranger to you, Candybus.
A stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet.
I do like the way you feel and think. Yeah, and at this point, a shadow As you're like maybe a little close with
Oh, has the sun
Yes.
gone down already?
yeah, and looming over you is the imposing Antiope, um, who uh looks down and Sarpedon's like, "Ah, Princess Antiope of the Amazons, pleasure to see you." And she will say, "I have need, a final need, of the Prince of Thyia."
It appears I'm being summoned.
How unfortunate. It was enjoying your company, Carlos. We'll have to share a drink when next we meet.
Yes, I drink.
A drink, and then some. And he will leave. He'll like leave a hand on your shoulder a little familiarly. And you're like, bye. And then very assertively, a hand comes under your arm and leads you towards the nearest tent. And like tosses you into the pen into the envelope, and she dives inside. Fantastic.
Not the face!
Not the face. Incredible. Well, why don't we have some final rolls for your final night with Antiope here? Roll me a con save to set some DC.
Of course.
Hers is not terribly high today.
Neither is mine. A 7.
C7. Well, I will say this. She didn't roll terribly well, but her modifier more than makes up for it. You have a very pleasant evening, worthy of an inspiration. But what do you roll? Roll me in acrobatics, athletics, or performance. Considering your benefits with her, you should have advantage on this charisma check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
If you want to do
been.
performance.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna do performance. Yeah, it's been.
Because
I think I got at least 2 more days.
Yeah, so you're good. So take advantage on your performance there. Okay, never mind. She rolled very good. I guess she got performance advantage too.
18 plus 25.
You two are numbers being what they are. You have come to very much
Oh, I
understand
have.
each other's. I was waiting for it. I was like, fuck, I said a word. You two are very much now aware of each other's, what makes everything tick.
Sweet spots.
Your sweet spots, that's right. And due to the exceptional dice rolls and the advantages and everything coming into play, you two have a very exceptional and pleasing final night together. You're not going to see her tomorrow, but you would have advantage still. But dare I say, there's like some tenderness in the aftermath and the throes of everything, and it's not as cold. There is she's been very pleased with your performance and you with hers, and there's like at least like a kind familiarity in the aftermath, and she doesn't just like immediately get up and leave you feeling like a piece of meat. This time there's a little bit more like friendly familiarity before she leaves, and it's a good final night. And there's a good chance, Candybus, you're gonna have a wee Amazon roaming the countryside in about a year.
That is the goal of us demigods, is to make more demigods.
She will say to you, she says, like as you're laying there naked together, she'll say, "You have pleased me well, and so I will pay you a service, kindness."
Oh.
If she is a daughter, and she is accepted amongst the Amazons, I will allow you to name her, if you would wish to, so long as it is a worthy name, and not a weak one.
Do you want this name now?
You may whisper it to me in the morning before I leave if you wish.
Okay.
And if you tell anyone, I am providing you this boon of naming an Amazon butler, I will deny it.
Understood.
And with that, she does get up, and she will sort of plant a last kiss on you, and she'll go to sleep there. I take it all back. She's puts up walls very intensely, but she goes to sleep with you. And in the morning, you can make a decision. I'll send you the Greek name generator if you want it as a room.
Yeah, sure.
Share. I'll toss her in the chat there just in case. Vasiliki's had her. Romulus. Thyia, as you're my last one before we go to break, is there any final interaction you would like to have with one of the demigods present? No? Okay, no problem. No problem at all. So with that, you all go to sleep. You will have a final evening in the camp of the demigods before they all part their many ways and go here and there. And let us take our break. Let us take our 10-ish, 15-ish minute break. And when we come back, travels begin with your retinue. We can get to it. Why don't we get to it? Let's do it. Let's get to it. So, you all awaken in the early morning. It's a good morning awakening sound. Let's try this guy.
You got a rooster on there?
Funny enough, that's actually a legend. Roosters don't exist yet, but they will.
Oh.
That is actually a Greek myth. Roosters, the creation of rooster. Anyway, you guys all awaken as Apollo's light begins to create a haze, a thin, growing blue light in the dawn of the new day. Some of you stir, most of you don't. I imagine Candybus you stir, for reasons we'll get to. Those of you who consider yourselves light sleepers may stir to the sound of demigods rising with the first light and packing their things and preparing for their travels. Vasaliki, your mother comes into your tent, armored and armed, and lays a gentle, loving kiss on your forehead and whispers in your ear. She says, "Goodbye, my daughter. I will see you soon. Be safe." And we'll sort of just like play with your hair a little bit while you're just kind of there in the haze of the morning wakeness. She says, "Go back to sleep." And we'll leave your tent after giving you a little love before leaving. She leaves and you go back to rest. Candybus, you feel and hear the stir of your partner. So you're kind of, as I'm sure maybe you know, like, I don't know, your partner's getting ready for work, or like putting on her armor quietly so as not to like. There is a kindness, there is, dare I say, even a tenderness in the quietness of how she prepares herself for the journey, kind of
putting things into her bag quietly without making too much sound, and buckling herself up. And while you're in sort of the haze of the morning and you're barely awake and you're kind of trying to be semi-conscious for their leaving, maybe the thoughts of what you might name your child floats through your mind as she makes her final preparations. Would you whisper anything before her leaving?
Yeah, I think just before she leaves out the tent, I'll kind of sit up and then lean in real close into her ear and say, Pantalina.
She'll turn to you. Pantalina. She nods. If she is born a woman, I will name her Pantalina. And she, there's no words traded, but as she's like sort of sitting on the edge of the bedroll, she kind of reaches over, and in like a first physical tender moment, she kind of like puts a hand on your cheek and like rubs her thumb on your cheek just for like a second, and stares down at you with sort of like a serious look that maybe occasionally breaks into a small smile despite herself. And then it's gone. And without another word or goodbye, no kiss goodbye, no nothing, she just takes her bow and disappears up the flat. Not to be seen again, at least for some time.
All right. I'll lay back down.
Yeah, and you kind of just fade back into sleep. Some hours surely pass as the sun rains down upon the land with a greater intensity. Apollo has come forth, and you guys exit from... I don't know if any of you actually stocked tents, so... whatever. We'll say that in this particular instance, like, maybe some of the hides of the beasts that were slain were made into, like, makeshift tents that'll last you the night. Unless you're a leather worker, these will sort of deteriorate when you rise the next morning, not to be taken with you. And you guys kind of all slowly make your way out towards the last burning campfire. All the tents are gone, all the demigods are gone, and suddenly you find yourself sitting here with this group of people as your last reminder that this entire adventure hasn't been a dream. You all slowly rise. I imagine maybe Xanthos' little breakfast is underway, the smell of breakfast. Maybe some of you are sharpening your gear, preparing for the adventure ahead. There are only 3 demigods from the pack that remain. You would see the King of Thebes and his brother, who I need to have in my head a little bit more solidly. King Amphion and his brother Xanthos. Already Xanthos is like checking his arrows, making sure he's fletching as well. Xanthos maybe like plays a light bit of music. And you would see Ptolemy is kind of off in the side, just kind of like throwing knuckle bones into the sand, into the dirt. Not able to really see what they are, but kind of feeling across them in his blindness. And these are your 3 remaining companions, aside from your more established friendships, your other fateless demigods. So, rise. Xanthos, you want to give me another survival at advantage? See how breakfast is today? How'd you do?
Natural 20, 23.
This morning, Xanthos comes back with a vengeance, as if he is having revenge upon his dinner last night. And you guys awaken to, like, you don't even know how he got some of this stuff. There's pita. You're like, how did you make bread out here? What the fuck? There's a type of bread, like sort of like a pita. There is like he did end up finding, maybe he went out himself and found some seasoning from like the wilds. Got some seasoning to like better season like what meat remained from the night before. kind of maybe made that into a stew to kind of tenderize it a little bit. So you guys wake into like pita and like this like nice breakfasty stew. Maybe Xanthos even found like a nest and has eggs for you this morning. And you guys, so you have this like nice like it's a stew, but it's not like a thick like fucking Scottish stew. It's like it's kind of breakfasty, and it's got like a nice egg on top of it with a little bread on the side. You're like, how did you even make this? Like, it's truly a miracle of Hestia that you have this breakfast this morning.
Seems Hestia is giving us a fine send-off.
Perhaps we'll need it.
Well, dig in.
Xanthos pours out a little wine, says, "To the hearth maker." A little wine in the sand. The others will do the same.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll follow suit.
Xanthos says, "I must admit, I'm excited to go traipsing across Thessaly again. It is an interesting land, the land of the Lapiths." Who came from the south? If I might ask.
Is that the direction we're heading?
Yes. From the south, towards Mycenae and civilization.
Ah, yes.
You mean Thyia?
I came from Delphi.
Oh, you came from. I've heard of Delphi. It's yes, that's excellent. Yes, that's really the Oracle of Delphi. Very impressive. Excellent.
And I came from Thyia.
Of course, we were heading that way. Not the rest of you though. I'm surprised that more than half comes from the north, I assume, or from one of the islands of the Cyclades, of course.
Ryan? Where
Up to
did
you, my friend? It sounded like you've been a traveler. I would say, by the sounds of things, it sounds like you were sort of like a southern traveler. Like you've been around like sort of the lands of Thessaly and Mycenae and Peloponnese and all those. So we'll say, yeah, you're from the south a bit.
Okay, then I would pipe up and I would say, actually, yes, I have wandered the wilds quite a bit down in that part of the world.
Excellent. Well, let us make for the pass and find Gonos and go from there. Yeah.
Yes. What would I know about this road leading to where we're going?
Make me a history check. See where what you know of Thessaly.
Rolled a 17 for a total of 16.
Fair enough. You would know quite a bit. I'm just pulling up my information there. Thessaly is the land of the Lapiths. They're the people who are sort of based in Thessaly. They're an older people. They're probably one of the people who was created first after the flood. One of the first sort of bands of humans. It is a little tribal. There is, especially in the north, there's a lot of tribes that belong to the Parabia tribes, but they are forming towns. They're not like, I say tribes. That gives the idea of like barbarism or like nomadicness. Very not so. They have begun to establish like small settlements and towns in the north and are beginning to undertake the roles of civilization, but they are still considered tribes, tribe. The biggest city in Thessaly, which would be considered sort of like the Thessaly capital, the true city of Thessaly, is a place called Ilokos, which is a little to the east along the coast, but not past the mountains. You guys could head south down the mountain range after Gonos and head into Iolcus and see if there's any cool things to be seen there. That's sort of the major city state between you and Thyia in Thessaly.
Okay.
And then it's just like a dot of like small settlements cropping up and growing in the land in Thessaly.
Okay. Yeah, I'll share that. And yeah,
Excellent.
I mean, we have a lot of tribal municipalities, if you will. They're trying to establish quite a few towns and settlements, but primarily tribal. Would you say hunter-gatherer, Ryan?
No, I'd say just past that. I'd say that they've moved into sort of agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah, very sort of like they're figuring out agriculture. Like they're just starting to establish camps. That's why they're right on the razor edge there, right?
Yeah.
They're tribes, but they're figuring out agriculture, so they're moving into that city part or township part of civilization.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I would not expect a lot of development per se, but I will tell you that I mean it is a land where there is quite a lot of room for movement, I should say. There is really only one main city, but they are still figuring things out, I would say.
I will say that Amphion says, we did not go into Iolcos on the way to Gonos. We traveled past it. Could be an interesting city if we wanted to take a little stop before traveling into Thyia. But we could always cut across the, as we did, cut across the Thessalan plains and head right for the pass into Thyia. But there could be adventure to be found in Iolcus.
I see no reason to cut corners.
Yes, I am certainly on no time crunch to get back to Thebes and bring my wife to piety.
Indeed. What is Thebes like this time of year?
Thebes is excellent. We have strong walls to keep us safe. Economy flows. We have alliances with certain Mycenaean allied cities. It's very much. I don't want to pat myself on the back too much, but I think it is one of the more prominent settlements in Attica. There is, of course, Archomenos to the north, which is also a worthy city. You'll see Thebes in due time. I could go on and on about the glory of my city, but I am quite proud of all it's come from. Not so many city-states have such large and proud walls as mine. Keep the bandits out.
Is there I guess a prevalent bandit problem outside the walls?
Of course, you've traveled the lands. You're a traveler, aren't you? I mean, you never know what you're going to find on the roads. People make a career out of banditry.
I suppose so. Those weak enough not to invest in walls are constantly at war, so to speak.
Certainly more dangerous. I think his brother, make sure I'm saying his name right. Yeah. Oh, it's Xanthos. Xanthos. Xanthos says, I dare say the mark of a true city is its walls.
If you do not have walls around your city, can you really consider yourself a proper city? If you are that, or you're just a town, and you're going to find people running off with sheep.
Well, I mean, look at the Spartans.
They all, that's true. But I would dare say the Spartans are the exception to the rule. They are mythical. It is true. They have secrets of war that we do not know. Ares has blessed them greatly. Amphion would say, or Athena. I dare say Athena if they figured out how to avoid banditry, if they have. And then Amphion would say, I'd go so far as to say that they have the blessings of Ares. They are a terrifying and ferocious people, and that is probably what has kept the bandits at bay.
Athena would be building the walls move, I would think.
They both kind of, it's fair. It's true. Amphion will simply say, I hear a rumor that their entire city is built in the cradle of a great mountain. And that these great mountains are difficult to pass if you do not have the strength of the lion in your blood. And this is why they avoid raids and problems from their neighbors, and why nobody has really seen much of Sparta.
And they probably would want to keep it that way, if I had to guess.
Well, Amphion says, I will not be the king to make the foolish mistake of incurring the wrath of the Spartan people. I pity the king who has the Leonian Spartans stamped onto their doorstep.
Indeed.
Anyway, the day is going. We should continue our travels, yes?
Yes.
And so you do. You begin to travel.
But before we go, just really quickly, I want to keep going on my map.
Understood.
Yeah.
I'm going to take us over then to Vasaliki's map. Cool. So there on roll 20 is all of the wonderful city, all of the wonderful Greece that you have committed to map so far. You got a little work to do. That's okay. We love a challenge. So basically the first day, you are going to travel back to Gonos. You should get there before the day is out. And there won't be much to map there because you've already mapped all of this coast from high vantage. So today you'll have the day off, but when we get once you get past Gonos, mapping begins for sure. So you guys travel south. I think in your collective intelligence at this point, you know maybe climbing up the mountain and traveling through the rocky terrain of the mountain and then descending the mountain into the fort isn't the easiest way of going about it. So you guys this time travel along the coast, especially now that you can see it. And then hang a left when you get to the river and make your way into Gonos, where you may all resupply yourself with your mortal needs, such as food and water and whatever gear you may require. So you guys come to the pass that begins to leave Mount Olympus behind. That is the visual of it. It's a rockin' little township, as you will recall. It has walls. It is considered a military fort. People do live there, probably the families of the soldiers who tend to this place. There is a temple, and there is a sort of fort built on the top of the side. These are not magnificent buildings. Keep in mind, it's ancient Greece. A very nice house is probably like one room in back now. But it's well enough, and you come in and you can sort of restock your stuff. You're allowed in. And if anybody wanted to acquire any rations, they may certainly purchase them now. If anybody wanted to do anything in Gonos for the rest of the day before traveling onward, you may certainly do so.
Are prices like stupid cheap here? Like in this time?
No. We're gonna keep a.
So they haven't invented inflation yet.
They haven't invented inflation yet. That's right. Whatever inflation may be, we're just going to continue to use the D&D economy, just to
make my life way easier. So yeah, you guys can also purchase comfortable lodgings for the night if you want to sleep on a bed before roughing it as you have done the last 2 days. Depends what kind of room you want. You can either purchase something modest or comfortable, or you can find someone's bed to sleep on. You can go up to someone's door and be like, hey, you gotta sleep on your bed, I'll give you money, and they'll probably be like, all right, sure, like hospitality, right? For the reasons of hospitality in ancient Greece, there aren't too many like inns. Inns aren't huge, but tavernas, they very much exist. So yeah, why doesn't everybody mark off 5 silver pieces, and if you want like a nice meal, 3 silver pieces on top of it. And this will be kind of your last nice meal before the uncertainty of Thessaly is before you.
So 8 silver, and then I'll mark off 2 gold because I want to buy myself a tent.
Yeah, absolutely. Tents are certainly for sale around here.
Say the guy, we'll get a 2-person tent. You know, might be sharing my quarters.
As you do often.
As I do.
As I do. Speaking of which, this guardsman comes up to you, Candybus. He goes, Candybus, it's so good to see you again. You remember me?
Of course I remember you.
Oh, well, good. I really enjoyed last time you were here. You're making your way south, Prince of Thyia.
Oh yes, I am returning home.
Oh, well, good. Well, you should tell me of your tales. Come over to my house for some wine, like we did last time, and you can tell me all your stories.
Oh yes, of course.
And you will have somewhere you're put up for tonight, so you can keep your 5 silver, as I'm sure you'll pay him back in other ways, as this is that very guy. Oh, that's right. It was a little. Didn't you guys roll and it was like disappointing last time? It was like you guys didn't roll too good on that first one, but
probably not.
But it's fine, level 1. Okay, but you guys all are put up. You have some drinks in the tavern. Plenty of people come up to you guys, as it seems that you guys are not the first to have made your way south through Gonos, and come up, especially to, I would say to Romulus, mostly. Going down the order, it'd probably be Romulus, then Thyia, then Vasaliki. Candybus is off having wine with someone, so I'm not including him in the chart. And then Xanthos, you're definitely a spooky sight, my friend.
Xanthos is hanging back and, has had a nice week with people, not totally terrified of him on sight, and all of that is gone.
Yeah. Welcome back to the land of superstition.
Yep.
Yeah, you find yourself sitting in a corner and people generally dodge you. Waiters don't really come and serve you out of fear for what you are, and you kind of have to go seek out wine or food, put in an order if you actually want anything. Unfortunately. Yeah, Candybus and Romulus and Vasaliki and Thyia. People mostly to you, Romulus, but to you too as well. Vasaliki, you're a little scary. Yeah, they come up and they're like, oh, you must be one of those heroes who come down from the mountain. Tell us your thing. Are their gods as glorious as they say? And they ask all kinds of questions, and maybe you tell some tales. You guys get some drinks sent your way in exchange for some. Oh, tell us a story. I get my friend here some wine. I want to hear his tale, and people gather around to hear your stories and your tales this evening, and yeah.
Would the whole party be present, like, during this?
It's up to the party.
Yeah, Vasiliki would be there.
Okay.
Xanthos is certainly in the room, but he's keeping a wide berth.
Depends how late this is.
Yeah. I feel like Romulus wouldn't be regaling them with tales and shit, but I don't know.
Nothing wrong with that.
Say what?
Nothing wrong with telling some tales. Getting some drinks for some stories.
Yeah. I think I would, if Candybus was there, I think I would try to,
Steer them in his direction.
yeah, I definitely would.
Well,
If the sun is
uh,
still up, I will be there.
all right, fantastic. You're still there. You got your arm around this guardsman. You're like, oh, let me tell you. And yeah, people certainly come to you, Candybus, as you're certainly the storyteller. Maybe a performance check, Candybus. I'll say Romulus, you can provide advantages. Maybe you pick up after Candybus disappears as the night comes on.
Yeah.
So there I was, standing before this iron bull.
Yeah.
Death in its eyes. 22.
Yeah, people are like, oh, and they're hearing tales. So basically, I'll say like all of you have like free drinks for the night. Even drinks are sent to Xanthos' table. In respect for your relationship with the rest. But they are kind of just like the server will come up and leave it there and give you like a nice smile and quickly scurry away. Very clearly, a little bit of uncertain nervousness in their eyes as they approach and leave. Yeah, you guys are all served drinks. You guys all tell tales together and have a nice night as you're back amongst the mortals. And and like, you hate to be a little supremacist about it, but you have just spent the last 2 weeks amongst gods and the greatest of mortals, kings and heroes, and here you are amongst like guardsmen, the wives of guardsmen, laborers, dumb as fucking rocks, a lot of them.
They could be dumb as long as they're hot.
Yeah, dumb, superstitious. It's hard not to feel like, a shepherd amongst sheep, or a lion amongst sheep in some cases, in most cases, in fact. It's hard not to feel superior. And they look at you at you like you are superior, as you perhaps have changed since your being here in Gonos, and now your descent from the mountain and your relationship with the gods. Romulus, the blood of Ares travels in your veins. All of you have soaked in the atmosphere of Olympus itself, and you become stronger. You're now 2 levels stronger, and thus 2 levels more demigod in appearance. So you guys have certainly the looks of heroes, if not the abilities of heroes. Day fades into night. Sleep is had. Prayers may be made to the gods in reverence or not. Vasaliki, you might find yourself looking to the sky, seeing the domain of your father. Romulus, you might be looking to the soldiers roaming past, that feeling of the sort of quiet before the storm. Soldiers are meant for war, and this place holds back the barbarians. This is a place where battle has happened. Yeah.
Just barely.
Exactly. Xanthos, probably more than anybody, connected with the land beyond sight here. People have died in this place. This is a military fort, so more than most. In greater numbers, there's something in the air. Candybus. Doing what an Aphrodite kid should
I'm a
be
pillow
doing.
prince now.
A pillow prince, that's right. Thyia may be last to settle down for the evening, given your particular heritage. Despite your relationship with Persephone, you find it hard to stop drinking, and stop carousing with people and having a good time. People seem to gravitate towards you in the tavern atmosphere. And you will all wake up the next morning. Your seer doing his thing. Candybus, roll me con save, roll me performance.
All right, 16 con save. And a 24 performance.
He is certainly pleased. His neighbors are going to have a hard time sleeping tonight, covering their ears of their children for a little while, then giving up probably.
What a shame.
Whereas you're laying there, when it's, positions are swapped, and it's nice enough, but Aphrodite, man. Aphrodite. Maybe we should call her. Yeah, you guys will all wake up the next morning, grab your gear, and prepare to travel out into the wilds. Change up my music here because you guys are out in. Let's see here if I got music for it. Let's see. Nature. Just put a little music up. Volcano. That's not what I want.
Death and destruction? Not quite.
Not quite.
Not yet. Here, hold that thought.
Yeah, hold on. Not at that level quite yet. Okay, I'm just gonna settle for foresty sounds as you guys go out traveling into the wilds.
What do the plains sound like?
This is kind of what the plains sound like. There is a nip in the
Planes
air.
sound like.
Okay, enough.
Spooko bomber.
Yeah. You guys travel out into the wildlands of Greece. Luckily, if you would wish, you guys have a guide. Xanthos being the hunter of the two brothers, he does know the way to and from Thebes from here, as was his probably duty to escort his brotherly brother, who is king and musician, neither of which are great skills for the wilds. But he is a proficient enough traveler and hunter, and he can lead the way. And he says, I just want to confirm, we wish to travel south to Iolcus, the great city here in Thessaly, before traveling on to Thyia. That was the design of our travels.
Indeed.
Excellent. Then that is where we shall go. If any of you wish for an easy way to find Iolcus, it's not too hard actually. He'll point to the mountains, and he'll say, "Just keep the mountains to your left shoulder, and walk, and surely you'll run into Iolcus. And surely that will be your travels. You guys are going to make your way through. It's definitely going to be hills around the beginning of your adventure that are going to proceed into grasslands with streams and rivers. There may even be some forest here and there. You're definitely taking to the wilds. Rivers, maybe even some very, very, very small lakes. But yeah, you're just going to travel south, and the way is going to be, as nice as ever. You follow the river, keeping close, the mountains at your left shoulder, and you guys are going to make 24 miles today of walking. And you're going to find a nice sort of river bend to make camp at the end of the day. But I'm going to see how your travels go during the day. Travels go fine. You travel along through the wilds without issue. Making your way through forest, keeping mountains to your left. It's nice traveling. And you can take some time to chat if you so wished. But Vasaliki, you're going to make some more of your map. So let's make this either a nature or investigation check at advantage because you are proficient with your tools.
We used survival last time, right?
Oh, I let you use survival last time. All right, go for it.
Cool.
I'll be nice.
Thank you. It's an 18.
18 is excellent. Okay, let me reveal a little more of the map.
All right. Reveal areas. You guys would travel from Romulos to the river bend over there. Let's see here.
And I've got elevated sight too, if that helps me out with this. So I can like fly up 100. I think it's 100 feet.
It only lasts for a minute, right?
Yeah, it's only a minute. Mhm.
Okay.
Elevated sight?
It's a cool ass spell.
Mhm.
I love it.
Bird's eye view.
Basically, yeah, bird's eye view. That's basically what they should call the spell, actually. Okay, here we go. This is what you map. Okay. Give me that too, why not? Okay. I'll give you a little bit more, actually. Just a little bit more. There. That is what you map. You kind of see up the mountains. It's hard to be specific about measurements if you haven't climbed the mountain itself. That's okay, though. But you map your trail, and your party will find itself camping right here on this little river bend where I am pinging, like right in that little area, right in the center there.
Could
Yeah.
could I also have the Festus Xanthos like check my map and like look at it and kind of help me with it?
He can certainly look at it, and he says, You're a map maker. That's very impressive. I did not know that there was such expertise amongst the Amazons. From what I have heard, you're a warrior people. I did not know you had such fine skills.
Well, our reputation does precede us a bit. Where would you say the Amazons are like, because Queen Hippolyta is trying to like push them towards advancement a little bit. Would you say they're an educated people or not really?
As much as anyone. School isn't like common. Here in ancient Greece, like there isn't really like school. Like it doesn't really exist. That's very much like a luxury. Like having your kid schooled, that's like they'd hire a scholar and have them study every day. So that is very much like a noble practice. I imagine that. I dare say that, like, yeah, you probably were. You were probably educated here and there, like little spots, but certainly didn't have the same formal education one might expect from like an Athenian noble, for example, right? So, I would say no, but then again, nowhere's really like considered like an educated people. That hasn't really happened yet. But they are certainly a more capable people. Like everyone knows how to like basic survival skills in the wild. Everyone knows how to like rely on each other. Everyone has a purpose. So, I hope that answers your question somehow.
Yeah, and I guess Vasaliki, you'll just say, we manage well enough.
Well, I wish I could. He'll look it over. He'll talk to you a bit about like. Oh yes, and that's where I guess that makes sense. And you know, he looks over it to the best of his ability, but like he says very clearly, he says, "But I'm sorry to say, I'm not a map maker. I am a hunter. I am an archer. I'm a warrior. I'm a builder, but I have many skills I can be proud of, but." He's like looking at some of the tools from your cartography kit that you built yourself, with dumbfounded fascination. No idea what some of them are. He probably knows what. I don't think compasses exist yet, but like you use like the stars to like track
distances and stuff. Like, you're like looking at these things. A sextant, that's what it is. He's like looking at your sextant, and he's like, I have no idea how to make a map. You're very impressive, Vasaliki.
Oh, well, thank you for confirming the landmarks at least. That's helpful. And you did good guide work today. Well done.
Thank you. And he looks at you with like a fondness in his eyes that, you know, a man might look at a woman.
That's like he
Assess-
gets up and leaves.
Okay. Yeah, there's that sort of like hang as he like looks you in the eye, and there's that. You're like, okay, and you get up and leave, and anyone who saw that is like, ooh, fuck, they're on a tree. Okay. Okay, beautiful. There's nothing else. You may camp by the river. You can bathe in the river, which is nice. It's always good to keep clean, keep healthy, especially when traveling. Traveling in the wilds will be as interesting as you make it. I will say that. Encounters may come, you might run into things here and there, but it's truly up to all of you to make your travels exciting and enjoyable when you're on the road, if there's nothing to be seen along the way. But as you go to sleep that night, you all have a nice rest. Nothing terribly bad happens. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, you wake up the next morning. You continue your travels. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if anything bad happens. Anything good happens. No troubles. No troubles on your travels. All is well as you make your way along, keeping the mountains to your left shoulder. You travel for another full day, over hills and trees and around small rivers, and you guys are going to make camp kind of out in a forest. Give me the roll, Vasaliki.
That's a 20.
Hey. Not bad. All right, you continue to unveil the path before you. Yeah, like you see plenty more than just this. Like your visual range goes beyond this, but it's hard to accurately measure places without traveling to them, right? So, yeah, this is what you get, and everything here seems to be as accurate as you're able to make it. Vasiliki, during the travels, hard at work on her map, where she has like 2 separate maps and like a book and all of these like special tools. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Very, all of you would clearly like feel the blessing of Athena. She is a god of craft herself and a god of knowledge. And Vasiliki's sort of calculations, mathematics, and skill at geography and the utilization of it is very. You're like, oh, Athena must have set her to the task at some point there. As you kind of travel around, and she's heavily dedicated into her work. Yeah, cool. I will. Slight spoilers. You guys are going to make it to Iolokos tomorrow, though your characters do not know it. Is there any of the last things you guys would like to say or do in the wilds before traveling into the city?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that either. Okay. Yeah, I'm just checking something here. Okay. You wake up the next morning. You begin your travels. We'll do one last roll to see if anything interesting happens outside the city. Nope. It seems that Artemis is keeping your way clear of troubles and trials. And after only a short, what would we say, as you make camp by the river there. Oops, I hit the wrong button. You guys would travel for maybe 2.5 to 3 more hours until you come through all of the woods and the wilds. No problems to be had. And you are going to see this city appear out. I'm going to change the music as you make your way inside. Let's see here. City. Okay, I know the track. Okay. Okay, I'm not in love with the music. It's a little modern, but that's what we're going to work with for now. You make your way into the city of Iolocus. It is a port city, so you do feel the sea winds off of the Gulf coming in. You see that the place seems to be naturally sheltered by the nearby mountains. There is ships being built in the port. You see these wood frames, massive wood frames. Some of you may have seen them before. Massive wood frames that are built in the shape of ships, and all around them are workers who are sawing through trees, making boards and bringing them up into these big mantles and fitting them together, banging them all together, and creating what is looking to begin to become the hull of a ship. So this seems to definitely be a shipbuilding center. Let's see. You do see that they are seemingly in the process of building a number of buildings. Oh, yeah, Xanthos.
Where Xanthos is, I don't like. Macedonia is like not particularly coastal, right?
No, this would probably be
the first time Xanthos has seen the ocean.
Yeah, I think where you would have exited. It's up to you. It would be a chance if you would have seen the westernmost sea in Greece, but this is certainly the first time you've seen the Aegean. At least this up close, or at least where you can put your feet in the water and feel the Aegean Sea on your toes. Very cool. And this is also, Xanthos, this would certainly be the first time you have ever seen a ship up close, or a ship being in the process of being built. It is a wonder to behold. You've heard of ships and seen ships from afar, perhaps, but never seen one being put together, being built. It's very fascinating. And that goes for many of you. Just looking around, Candybus, I'm sure you would have seen a ship and a ship being built. Thyia, I don't know if you've ever seen a ship being built before. I think you would have certainly seen ships, but not being built. Romulus, you're a traveler. You've probably seen ships being built before. Vasaliki, the Amazons aren't really sea raiding people. Your mother is kind of advancing things. I'm going to say this is your first time too. You're more of a hunter anyway. You want to spend too much time at ports. So for a lot of you, this is the first time you're seeing a ship kind of broken down. You're seeing its hull being built, and you're sort of looking at this work, and this work of Athena, Hephaestus, whichever god you want to attribute to this design. But seeing kind of a ship not as a built thing anymore, and seeing it kind of picked apart for the first time, and it's very fascinating how it all comes together and works. That's just one of the many wonders that you see as you make your way through the city. There does seem to be a a palace being built. It is definitely in the stages of being built. Stonework, it's being cut, very, very basic. Has not been put up yet, but surely plans have turned into construction. Foundations being laid. Let's see here. Yeah, there is this central palace complex that's being built up. Actually, my apologies. I would say it's almost fully built now. There's some construction being done on the wings and whatnot, but you imagine like the essential places are complete, such as the throne rooms and the reception halls. It's a very impressive palace. Absolutely. You've seen like the homes of gods, so this is a little less interesting, but still interesting to see by the hands of mortals being built. Very interesting. You see many storerooms, you see many workshops, this big beautiful harbor. There is clearly a temple of Apollo. And as you had walked in, you would have seen some smaller villages and farms kind of surrounding as you make your way in. This is the village of Alocos. It is bigger than any you've been to on your travels as a party. This is your first sort of major city that you've seen. There's no walls, there's no city walls. Perhaps things to be done, places to be seen, things to be done. What is it that any of you would like to do? There might be important people here, who's to say?
Perhaps we should meet the king of this town. Or queen, whatever royalty is serving here.
It would be interesting to see who runs this settlement.
Perhaps they may have need for some demigods.
Sure.
Absolutely. You make your way over to the palace, and you are going to be invited into a pretty impressive place. You make your way into the reception hall, where it's a little barren. All the art hasn't been quite put up yet and everything. Clearly sort of like a young palace, but clearly this place is prospering. You know, you speak to one of the sort of stewards here, whatever the Greek word for a steward is. One of the servants One of the servants come forward and say, "Welcome, adventurers. Pleasure to meet you. Who may you be, and what is it that we could do for you?"
We seek audience with your king.
I see. May I ask who calls the king?
Say it's the
no.
Prince of Thyia.
The Prince of Thyia. Welcome, most welcome. I will tell the king I'm sure he will be excited to receive you, good prince. And she will scurry to the back, like some water, refreshments in the form of water is brought out. As you guys clearly look like you've just been on the road, which is probably very welcome after some travel. The area is growing a little cool. For Greece, right? So the air is growing a little cooler, and to you characters who are all Greek characters, I'm sure you feel the cool. For those of us who reside in the Northern Hemisphere, however, I'm sure this would be still like delightfully toasty. But anyway, some water is served. You do not wait long, but the servant returns and says, "Right this..." well dressed, by the way. She says, "Right this way, right this way." And he will say, "King Peleus is very excited to receive you, Prince of Thyia, and your retinue. Right this way." She will take you. You'll assume so. Prince needs a retinue, right? She will take you into the reception hall, or out of the reception hall, that is, and into the throne room. As you enter into the throne room, you are going to see, again, it's still in the process of being completed and built. Not all of the luxuries and fineries are there, but there is a throne. It is a nice throne. It is no chair. But it's also like an ancient Greek throne. So there's not like, it doesn't have like the fucking 100 swords or gold and gilded. Yeah, this is ancient Greece. So
Lannisters.
Yeah, so I'll remind everybody when visiting the mortal world, you'll have to bring down your expectation of grandeur from what we've seen in like Forgotten Realms and stuff like that. This is a little bit more of a primitive world. They're still coming along a little bit, but you do see like a fine seat that is cushioned. Ooh, cushions!
Oh, we know
Uh,
we're in the presence of royalty now.
the luxury. Yeah, a cushioned throne. And you are going to see this fairly young king. So I'd say even like a little surprisingly young. It's quite possible that his father, the king, may have passed recently, maybe a little before his time. This guy seems to be early 20s, like pretty young. And he stands. He's dressed fairly fine, the fineries that you'd expect of a king. They don't do crowns back then, only ceremonially. But he opens his arms and he says, kind of comes down from his throne and goes, Prince of Thyia, welcome! Welcome to our humble city of Olympus. Welcome, neighbor. And he'll come up to you, Candybus, and he'll kiss you on either cheek, as is customary. And say, welcome, be my guest. Food and drink for the Prince of Pythia and his retinue.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind.
And yeah, they'll bring out wine and food, and you'll find yourself in general luxury. And he'll sit more casually with you guys on those sort of like sideways benches that are very popular in ancient Greece. He goes, so tell me, Prince, what is your name?
Candybus.
My apologies, Prince Candybus. I have only recently come into my kingdom, and I'm still getting acquainted with all of my neighbors. But
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, thank you. I've been meaning to speak with your father, the king. Please send him the most kind hellos from his neighbor, and I have every intention to send envoys in his direction to treat. But actually, now that you're here, perhaps you have saved us some time. Me and you may treat him. Maybe you might return to your father and tell him of his neighbors and how worthy we might be as trade partners and allies.
Of course. It looks like this lovely town is doing quite well for itself.
It is doing well. I am rather proud of it.
Now, I must confess, this group of people that I've traveled with, they are not my retinue. We are traveling back to Thyia from Mount Olympus. You are in the presence of demigods.
You have I am greatly honored. I'm greatly honored to have such heroic company in my own past. I also need to make a slight amendment. This is King Aeson, not King Pelias. My apologies. I will put the name in the chat.
Okay. And can you also put the spelling of the city?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and this is your probably one of your bigger neighbors, Candybus. So they're pretty important city to know about. He says, so tell me, how is your father? How is I've heard that the wise elven king continues to rule Thyia with a measured hand.
As far as I know, he is in great health, and the city is doing quite well.
That is excellent. Well, let us raise a cup to your father's rule. May he be blessed by Zeus for all of his days.
For all of his days.
Pour a little wine on the ground, such as the custom, and you'll have a drink. You're all plied with food and wine, and they sense that it's kind of becoming like a hangout at this point. You guys are all his guests now. The Prince of Pythia is the city's neighbor, demands certain fun, demands making friends a little bit. So that's kind of what is going to happen now. He'll carouse with you. He'll ask you all. He'll say, one of you must tell me some stories. I have heard rumors of a great summoning to the mountain, and that summoning is in fact completed. I have never seen a group of demigods, let alone a demigod period. I have 5 before me already. I am most honored. You must honor me with a tale. You must.
Oh, we have dozens of tales, but I will tell you one. I will tell you how I have spent company with many gods, and I have also in pursuit of getting favor from certain gods, I may have earned the ire of others, as is politics.
As it is, as it is.
And one of these gods is Hephaestus, god of the forge. He has a bone to pick with me for reasons that are beyond me.
I see. You are in disfavor with the forge god.
At this time, yes.
Most unfortunate to hear about. Well, we are lucky to call Apollo the guardian of our city. So we are,
Love
while
Apollo.
we do...
Fantastic
well,
guy.
Apollo is a better god, is there not? Apollo, yeah, the knower of all things, the great bringer of civilization. As you can see, Alokos is prospering right now. It seems we have received many blessings from Apollo in music and township growth, economy. All of these things are coming our way. We are growing greatly. And he of course acknowledges the other king. I forget about the NPC sometimes. He says, and more than one king, I do believe I recognize you, King Amphion. We have not yet met, however. And he says, pleasure to meet you. Yes, I've not been to Alokas. We are a little further afield from one another. But good to meet neighboring kingdoms, yes. He goes, of course, good to meet you and your brother is famous. And he'll speak with them. And I'll say this, like, it kind of just goes to carousing at this point. There's a lot of talking, a lot of drinking that goes on for the day. We don't need to play out all of the celebrations that happen in their entirety. More than welcome to come in and make contributions, all of you, so you'll be friendly with everyone. This king seeming to be a very as time goes on, it becomes very apparent that he's very friendly, very well-to-do king, and it seems that the city is prospering under his rulership, though it's recent, so take that for what you will. But he does ask you stories. He's gracious to everyone. Makes sure you're well fed. Hospitality is treated with importance. He seems to be a good king. But he will at some point say, "Well, I must ask. Being a great deal of our coin comes from shipbuilding, and you are many heroes. Was there a mind for any of you to put in a commission for a ship? We could have one built for you."
What would be the cost?
It would be some great expense, admittedly. Probably some thousands of gold, admittedly. If you do not mean to, let us simply say that Alokas is a proud shipbuilding city, and should the time ever come where you wish to spend the coin on a ship, you are most welcome here. And you are most welcome to take your commission. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing. I would offer perhaps we could work off some of that cost with any problems that you need facing. Perhaps there is certain problems that you need being dealt with, either within the walls or outside the walls in your area.
There is always problems. I admit, Alokos is coming up a bit, but if you wished to enter into my service, I would be greatly honored to have such skilled and capable people. And he says, but you said that you were going to visit Thebes. So let us say this then instead as well. Visit with the good king of Thebes. Take some time to think of it. As it would be some time and commitment. Earning the money to build the ship is it is a time-consuming endeavor. But for those capable as you, it may not take as long for you as it would for others. So, visit with the Theban prince. Visit your home, and decide for yourself if you wish to enter into such a service. It would perhaps take a year, maybe two, to complete the service. Ships are not cheap, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say.
Perfect. Perhaps when I get to Thyia, I'll ask my father for a small loan.
Of 1 million gold. Oh god, I can stop. Says perhaps indeed. I merely wish to invite you to take the time to consider if this is indeed truly what you would wish to do with your time, because you are great heroes, fresh off of the mountain, and I would not wish to impose upon you service as if effective immediately. And it sounds like you have travels yet to do. But by all means, if the time comes you are ready, return to me. I am sure there is plenty to be done.
That we will do.
Excellent. And he will, and the party will continue this evening. It is a note, guys, I just wanted to give you, because I've been updating my map lately. You guys would have probably stopped the night before now in a little village by the name of Boebe, which I will mark on Vasaliki's map so that you guys know where you've been. You would have also passed by a village coming into Iolocos by another fucked up name, which I will also put on the map to save you guys some note space, because I'm going to give you a lot of these as you go. Just want to... But yeah, the night rolls on. Probably at this point, the sun's gone down, and drinks have been imbibed, enjoyment has been had. Yeah. Let's see if he has anything he can tell you about what's going on this time. Says we have a lot of we have a lot of ships come and go from this city. Lots and lots of ships indeed. I had so many guests coming through. I actually had the kings and princes of Crete come through and stay for the evening as my guests. What an honor.
Indeed. When did they stop by?
It was, I believe, they actually left yesterday morning on their journeys. They were not here for long. They were just passing through and paying their respects, which I was very honored for. Crete is very far removed, and we did not need to do this, but we did anyway. Very, very honored. Very honored. And he'll say, he kind of stretches, and he's like, "Oh, well, it is getting late, but Candybus and fellow heroes, consider yourselves my guests. I make my palace open to you for your rest before your journeys continue tomorrow. It has been a fabulous time getting to know all of you, and I hope we may all see each other again one day. Are you planning to stay for some time?"
I don't think so. I think we are merely passing through. We just wanted to give our appreciation to the king.
Well, you are most kind to do so, and I was honored to meet the Prince of Thyia. So please give your fathers all of my fair wishes. I shall have prepared for you, I think, a gift to bring to your Lord Father, the king. So a gift from Alokos, a sign of good friendship going into the future.
Oh, you shouldn't have. But I will take it.
Very well, very well. And yeah, he will head off to bed, and you may all head into relative comfort. What will be big rooms for you guys will probably be like average rooms you'd find at any old hotel. But you guys will be like, whoa, the space! Or your characters will be anyway. So you guys go and lay down in like a queen size bed, and you're like, oh man, I can look. Woo! This is huge! Huge beds with lots of food and then water basins for bathing and anything you might need. You are definitely treated as honored guests of the King of Alokos, and he has not failed to show you every hospitality. Is there any? Yeah, unfortunately, Alokos is prospering, at least for the moment. But indeed, if you wanted to work off a ship, you could come back. But above table, that would take some time. That would take some time to achieve, but can be done.
Xanthos will like look to Candybus and ask, "Is this what happens every time you go to any city? You just see you're the prince, and they offer you the greatest rooms they can find."
Usually, yes.
Perhaps I should start introducing myself as the prince of the underworld. It's technically
Oh,
true.
perhaps. Or perhaps people will piss themselves before you.
That is also true.
But either, it can depend on the situation.
Well, I'd rather not be intimidating, but sometimes, well, at least in the past, I've always worried that my blood would make fun hospitality a nigh impossibility. But these are great rooms.
I know, right? Only the best for myself and my friends.
Alright, giving you guys a Alokos handout. It's got some pretty basic information. Should serve to remind. Is there any what would you guys like on your like location handouts? If there's anything you guys would specifically like. I thought I'd put the ruler, its location, and like what it's majorly known for.
On that map portion that Vasaliki is making, where is that? Is that the red dot or no?
That is the red dot. Let me reveal a little bit. Oh, Vasiliki, make me your check. That's not the red dot. That's
The red dot is Gonos.
Here, I'll put Gonos up there. That should organize a little better.
I got another 20.
Hey, I'm going to I'll tell you what, Vasiliki. Would you wish to speak to anybody in the city for aid in your map? Like, would you want to talk to any of the harbor masters or the sailors or anyone to kind of get some insights about how to make your map best, or is this kind of an independent study?
No, sure. I would, yeah, I was inclined to ask Xanthos for help, so I think I would, sure, yeah.
I'm going to give you a little extra.
Maybe for the location handouts, we can add how, I don't know if there's like a rubric to measure how developed they are.
Ah, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'm not going to do that right now, but I will, just because like I want to make a correct system, quote unquote. But yeah, I'll work on that for you. Absolutely. Put it on my to-do list. Make
Is the time to make those suggestions?
yeah. I could say like they have walls, they have a palace, they have a instead of like a rating system. I don't know. Yeah, because it's all relative. So maybe I'll do that. Let's do that. So
What accomplishments they have.
yeah.
They have a major temple. To
Yeah,
a
they
particular
do.
god.
Okay, well, why don't you describe that stuff then? Yeah, I'll describe like what facilities they have, and that should inform their development. How's that?
What about population size?
Oh, fine. Population
be
size
really
is
good.
good. Yeah. Okay.
Primary god of worship. He said Apollo is their
Okay. All right. Okay, I could do that.
I want
I'll
my
say-
dossiers, Ryan.
I'm working on it. Yes, sir. Temples. Apollo. Major. We'll say I don't want it to be like.
You say this city as Iolcos?
Honestly, say it however the fuck you want. I don't know. I say
Looks like an I.
It's supposed to be. It's a Iolcos. So
Okay.
Iolcos, I suppose. Iolcos. You can always Google pronunciation of the things I write down. Just write down like the thing I've said, Greek mythology, pronunciation, and Google will probably spit out a proper pronunciation.
I wonder if ChatGPT could give me a dossier on this.
Well, that's what I'm using.
Use
Uh,
ChatGPT to give me a dossier on Iolcos.
Temple of Apollo, Shipbuilders Port, Palace. Yeah. Let me see about should size be. We'll wait on that. But you guys are you guys are put up for the evening. And that's what you get. You kind of get like the entire measurement of the cove and a little bit into the whatever it's called, the peninsula a little bit. And yeah. I'm gonna work on developing some pictures too of these places, and that might inform development size and stuff like that. I do need to work on my handouts a little bit. I was like trying to get as deftly as done as possible for preparation. Yeah. Magnificent. You all sleep. You all have a long rest. May all wake up this morning. And continue your travels if you wish, but you have certainly received a offer of service to the king of Iolocos, which is not a small thing necessarily to enter into his service. And I will say that might not be the worst thing to have popped up, given what I have plans for some time progressions to go on. So this is actually pretty good, working off a ship. Okay, you wake up the next morning. If there's nothing else you want to do in Iolocos, there is trade here. There's decent trade here, smithies and whatnot. So if there's anything you wanted to trade for here.
I think I got everything I need.
Fair enough.
I
You
just
would be
replenish like the rations I've used so far.
absolutely. Candybus, you are presented with a chest. You can simply add a chest to your inventory. It does have a lock, but they give you the key as well, Candybus. And he would just tell you that they're goods, local goods and such. Just kind of like a gift. Yeah.
Do you mind if I take a peek?
By all means, Prince of Peace. Yeah.
Okay, I'll unlock it and open it up.
Okay. Let's see. You open it up, and you are going to find. Let's see here. It wouldn't have any of that. I'm just trying to find out what kind of. Sorry, I thought. I guess I wasn't as ready for Iolocos as I thought I was going to be ready. Let's see. I think there would be like a small carved ship for one, made out of the wood. There'd be like a little message there too. There's like a small carved ship made out of like the wood that they actually use to create Iolocos ships. So it's like a little ship model, which is like very finely crafted, and it's like, oh, it's a very pretty little ship. They also there's also a bottle of olive oil and some wine.
Delightful.
Yeah. Oh, and there's also a little jar of honey. Apparently they keep bees.
Quite civilized.
Yeah. That is quite civilized. And he goes, ironically, it's a bit of a fruit basket, a little bit. It's got like wine. There is some like nuts, dried apple. There's this like little boat. There's some honey. There's some olive oil. There's some. It's just like kind of a variety. He says, yes, of course, share this with your father, and he might know what sort of goods we grow here in Olympus. We build ships. We build many ships. Hard to make a gift of a ship. But we do grow much in our farms. Olive oils, wines, honeys, many fruits. So please, share with him a small fraction of our bounty, that he might know what our locus is producing.
Surely these will be a fine presentation to start trade.
Very excited. I'll kiss you on either cheek. He'll go around to each of you and he says, it was an honor to meet all of you. Some of you a little quieter than the Prince of Thyia, but as a prince ought to be, one who is so good at speaking. So, it has been an honor speaking and hearing your stories. And maybe one day, in the near future, I will see you all again, and we might speak of some service to Alokos, and perhaps a ship might find its way into your use.
How big is this chest?
You can carry it on your back. It's like
Okay.
It's like that big. It's and the chest is like, it's not like a heavy iron whatever chest. It's a, you can carry it.
Okay.
It's not too crazy.
All right. Then shall
That
we
was
head
going
out?
to be my question. Who the fuck is carrying that fucking chest?
I made sure it was a light chest for the journey. To be fair.
You are a good king.
I'm honored you think so. Thank you very much for saying so. And it
I am
seems that
thankful you are a good king.
and he smiles at you and maybe doesn't understand the threat that was maybe behind that, or at least hides it. But he smiles at you again. He looks very, very, very glad that you have said this.
Good.
And he says, well, as you are leaving, some of my people have gathered to see you off. They're excited to see these great heroes who are coming through. And indeed, as you make your way out of the palace, you'll see like a little of the folk there. Young ladies come to see the handsome heroes and princes, and various workers and children, and all come out to. It's not undelightful to the eyes to see some of the youth have come out to see young warriors and young ladies and everything. And as you walk down the street, they kind of heroes of Olympus, yeah! They're golden heroes of Olympus! And let out a big applause as you guys kind of walk down the street.
Romulus doesn't look at any of them. He just looks straight ahead, stoic.
I greet all of them.
They definitely hear people calling to you, Romulus. They're like, "Oh, look over here! Yes, I'll take you with you."
He might dart his eyes at the recognition.
Oh, they don't say your name, but they're calling out to you. Surely.
Oh yeah.
You look over and you see some like young lasses, and as you like look at one of them, she blushes. You look at some like young warrior dudes who are like, "Sup," basically. Who are like, "Oh, recognizing a warrior, being excited to see a warrior." Yeah, is Romulus fully like he's like trying to be cool about it, but he's like kind of liking the fanfare.
I think so. I think he's trying to be as stoic as possible and not show not show too much emotion for all the fanfare, but I think, you know, the recognition is nice.
Nice, nice, nice. Same to you, Thyia. Same to you, Vasaliki. They're like, an Amazon, wow, it's an Amazon. And they're like,
Would they
I don't-
recognize what a Mayonnaise was?
It,
I mean, she's got
I don't think
big
on
freaking leopard.
sight. Mayonnaise are thought to be like these crazy fucking batshit ladies by society in out in the woods fucking murder people, which isn't entirely far from the
No,
truth.
it's not untrue at all.
No, for sure. They just probably wouldn't expect to
We
see one
don't-
walking out of a king's palace, so they probably see, and they're like, oh, it's the warrior woman, and it's like, and then like to the two of you, you're both warrior women, which is not a common sight, and there certainly waves, and then the women are speaking like, so look at this, so wild people. People are applauding Candybus. People are like trying to get a look at Xanthos. Maybe less calling out to you to like for your attention, Xanthos, but you're certainly getting attention as if you were like some kind of minotaur walking down the street, and they're like, "Oh, look at the monstrous creature," you know.
Xanthos kind of looks a bit out of his depth. Doesn't
just wanna
like
go-
this much attention.
Surely they captured that creature and are forcing it into service.
Yes, they've tamed the monster into their service. Probably not saying something like that. But anyway, they cheer and applaud you, and as you make your way out of the city, they you kind of sort of waved goodbye. The king, sort of in front of his people, kind of like bids you goodbye and says, "Alokos was proud to have you as guests. Please return someday. We would be honored for you to visit once more. Good evening. Good day, and safe travels." And they bid you goodbye. May the gods bless your path. And they go, may Apollo watch over you. They all sort of wave to you. Yeah, you guys kind of keep going. Adventure continues.
It's gonna be crazy if when we do come back here, it's just burnt to rubble and fucking everybody's dead.
You're like, oh no.
Oh, now how will I get my ship?
Yeah. We were supposed to get a ship. Fuck. Very funny. Yeah, that's Alokos. Just a sight to see along the way. Unfortunately, nothing. It's not gonna steal all of your attention. That won't always be the case. Every village doesn't have. This isn't like Skyrim, where every village you go into is like 7 problems. One of them is they need someone to help collect their crops. Actually, that probably is around. Yeah, people are going to a farm. They're like, we can sure use help collecting the lettuce. But no, that's you're good. So, back over to the woods. Because we haven't heard from him in a bit. Tarsius, who's been a little, I'm not gonna say he's been too quiet. He's been sort of casually talking with you guys as he feels along with his staff as he walks. He goes, well, that was boring.
What do you mean?
I don't
That was
know.
the ocean. I'd never seen so much water in one place.
I know, it was so beautiful to look at.
Ah,
It's very insensitive, Xanthos.
You know, I'm just kidding. It's alright. We all have our pros and our cons and reasons for being blind. You know, it's all good.
Why are you blind?
It is a fascinating story. But I will cut to the brass tacks of it. I was called by Zeus before him and his wife to answer a question. And Hera did not like the answer to my question. So she struck me blind. But Zeus, to, make it better, he gave me the powers of prophecy. Or at least to use them properly. So I can see the future now. I'm a powerful prophet, and that's all I had to pay was the ability to see for the rest of my life and afterlife. Who needs eyes when you can see? Not in front of you, at least, but behind you. and behind
Surely
your
you
front.
can see with your fingers.
Do you see any potential dangers awaiting us along our journey?
He stops and he thinks about it. The wild is filled of dangers. I foresee that you will encounter some danger, especially between Thyia and Thebes. Something lurks in the wilds there, the mountains. But the true danger is the danger that is the one that you are aware of, the one that some of you have already thought to conquer. I have this to say. Apollo tells me, prophecies tell me, that you will have to make a choice. You will either slay the great serpent or let it live. And only one of these will give rise to greatness. See beyond what is before you, and you may find the truth of how to build one of the greatest cities the world will ever know.
What serpent are you referring to?
King Amphion answers that actually. He says, if I'm not mistaken, are you referring to the tyrant of Cecropia? And he says, yes, you of course would know of it, King of Thebes. He goes, there is a great serpent monster who has rumored to have dominated the people of Cecropia. It is this town built at the base of a mountain in some hill mountain region to the southeast of Thebes, way to the southeast, several days in fact. They say that this serpent is... There's mixed reports. They say it is a wise scholar and teacher. Others say it is a horrible tyrant, and some say it's a cursed beast, and others say that it is loved by the gods. There's many mixed reports about what it is, but any scouts that I have sent to check on our neighbors have not returned. I fear that this is either a dangerous beast or there are more dangers along the way.
The rumors of my tavern that is run by a horrific demon from the underworld. Steal your soul in exchange. They'll take your soul as payment for a drink. So, the rumors surrounding a giant serpent might be a little exaggerated, in my experience.
Do you think serpent might be tavern owner?
More that's in the face of something the humans cannot understand. They will come up with horror stories. I was just a tavern keeper, but they made out like I was a devil taking souls.
Have you taken any souls?
I wouldn't even know how to do that.
But you could if you would.
I mean, I've taken a few souls.
So serpent, I bet you have. So serpent has bad PR, is what we're saying?
Fionn, stare blankly. And Fionn's like, what is PR?
Like, it needs Bard to give a makeover to how people think of it.
I don't know what rumors to trust. All I know is that any scouts or envoys I have sent into the southeast to check on our the village and check on our neighbors, they do not return.
Well, that is a little more ominous.
It is. I have elected to stop sending scouts. My privileges and my allegiances are to Thebes, not to my neighbors. If it proves itself to be a threat to my city, that is a different thing. But scouts going missing in the wilds, that is not an unusual thing. It is dangerous work to travel in the wilds.
Yes, it is. Well, after you, Vasaliki.
So I just wanted to clarify. So is it saying that one path, whether we slay the beast or leave it alone, will lead to a great city? Was it referring to like Thebes or was it referring to a different city?
City that has not yet been created. He'll sort of look back and he'll kind of rephrase what he said. He'll say, "You will go before the serpent. You will face the serpent, and it will add to all of your legends one way or another. But whether you let the beast live, or whether you let the beast die, this will shape the fates. This will shape if a great city is built, or a great city is not. A city that will be remembered for all of history." And that's where we'll end the session.
Good session.
Yeah, I got some stuff planned. I don't want you guys to like roll up in any town and be like a little too boring or anything, but I do have stuff planned. There's some big stuff going on, some very worthy heroic deeds. It's just not in the first city that you're gonna find. Maybe not even in the second. But be sure that there is big stuff happening in Greece and there is big opportunities for myth making. Yeah. Seems we gotta get to Thyia. We gotta get to Thebes. Thyia is a very interesting place. Historically speaking, it's going to be a very interesting place. And even next session, I've got some cool plans for Thyia.
I'm sure all of it's gonna be good and no one's gonna die.
I'm excited about it either way. I know to a certain extent I am intentionally not engaging because I know we're on to places where there's probably more to engage with. And a lot's happened in the last couple of days. Like some huge big old bombs have dropped. So
Yeah.
there's
Well, feel
plenty,
free to.
there's plenty to process.
Well, feel free to do anything you guys like because, like, Alokus being a great example, while it isn't like amazingly relevant at this very moment, it will be. And if you guys survive not getting killed in battle, you will live to see these events unfold. So feel free to like make relationships and whatnot where you are, because now that we've left above table, King Aeson, he has an interesting story that will become prevalent eventually.
Did I get the sense from him that he was being genuine?
Make an insight check.
Natural 20 for a 21.
He abided by all the laws of honor and hospitality. He was kind to you. His people seemed healthy and well fed. His place seemed growing. And there is a point, this does have great prominence here, all of this growth and prosperity of nature, of harvest and bounty, of the actual city developing, it is a sign of the favor of the gods. When things are going well in a city, that means that the gods are happy. So that means that he has kept his gods happy, he's kept his people happy, and he treated you as fair and good guests. So nothing that has happened so far makes you think that he's like secretly evil
or
is trying to get you or treats his people poorly or anything like that. There's no
Okay.
no sign of foul play as far as you can tell.
Okay. No sign of tyranny.
No sign of tyranny, not as far as you can tell.
Understood.
Gotcha. Incredible, guys. All right, well, I got a session this evening, and so do some of you. So I'm gonna let y'all go, but I'm looking forward to next session, guys. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, good session.
I am going to toss something out at you before next session. I'll type it out.
We'll do.
Dodge right.